Chapter 4. Changing Fortunes. Sarah burst through the door of the perfumery, bell jangling wildly above her head, her cheeks flushed with exertion and excitement. "Pamela, you won't believe what I've just heard." Pamela looked up from the account book she'd been reviewing, startled by her friend's dramatic entrance. In the 2 weeks since Chad Montgomery's arrival in Redstone Ridge, the town had generated more gossip than in the previous 6 months combined. "Good morning to you too, Sarah," she said dryly. "What won't I believe this time? Has Mr. Montgomery purchased the Cattleman's Hotel as well? Close." Sarah leaned across the counter, lowering her voice conspiratorially despite the empty shop. "He's bought Harrison's building, the entire building, not just the store. Papers were signed yesterday afternoon." Pamela set down her pencil. "That can't be right. Why would he purchase a building in a town he's merely passing through?" "Passing through?" Sarah raised an eyebrow. "He's been here 2 weeks with no signs of leaving. That's not passing through in my estimation. Still, buying property seems extreme." Pamela frowned, thinking of Chad's pointed questions about Harrison's reduced order of her perfumes. Where did you hear this? From Mrs. Peterson, who heard it directly from her husband? Apparently, Mr. Montgomery paid in cash. Sarah straightened, adjusting her shawl. "What do you suppose it means? First he spends days courting your company, then suddenly he's purchasing buildings? He hasn't been courting my company," Pamela protested automatically. "We've had a few business discussions, nothing more. Their business discussions had indeed evolved over the past fortnight into something more like friendship, with Chad appearing regularly at the shop to continue their conversations about potential markets for her perfumes. His knowledge of commercial distribution had opened Pamela's eyes to possibilities she'd never seriously considered. Shipping her products to Denver or even San Francisco, creating a mail order catalog, developing specialized packaging for long-distance transport. Then, 5 days ago, he had abruptly stopped visiting. Pamela had told herself she was relieved to return to her normal routine without his disruptive presence, even as she found herself glancing expectantly at the door whenever the bell jangled. "If you say so," Sarah replied, clearly unconvinced. "But you must admit it's curious timing. First, Harrison reduces your shelf space, then Mr. Montgomery purchases Harrison's building, and now I hear Harrison is suddenly reconsidering his arrangement with that St. Louis distributor." Pamela stared at her friend. "What? Harrison's reconsidering? Says who?" "Says Harrison's clerk, who overheard him arguing with the distributor's agent yesterday." Sarah's expression was triumphant. "Apparently, there's some question about whether their contract will be honored under the building's new ownership." The implications of this information were too significant for Pamela to dismiss, yet too outlandish to fully credit. Before she could question Sarah further, the shop bell rang again as Sheriff Lawson entered, his tall frame stooping slightly to clear the doorway. "Morning, ladies," he greeted them, removing his hat. "Miss Johnson, I'm in need of some more of that bay rum cologne. The wife says I smell like a horse most days, and she prefers the bay rum to that alternative." "Of course, Sheriff. I just prepared a fresh batch yesterday." Pamela moved to retrieve the bottle, grateful for the distraction from Sarah's unsettling news. "How are things in town this morning?" "Quiet enough, though there's been some excitement about property changing hands." The sheriff accepted the wrapped bottle with a nod of thanks. "Young Mr. Montgomery seems intent on becoming a permanent part of Redstone Ridge, buying up buildings now, I hear." Pamela's hands stilled in the act of making change. "Then it's true? About Harrison's building?" "Signed and registered at my office yesterday." Sheriff Lawson tucked the cologne into his coat pocket. "Apparently, he's also inquired about the vacant lot next to the hotel and the old Miller property on the edge of town." Sarah shot Pamela a significant look that clearly said, "I told you so." "Did Mr. Montgomery happen to mention why he's suddenly interested in Redstone Ridge real estate?" Pamela asked, striving to keep her tone merely curious. "Not directly, though he did say something about the town having unexpected potential." The sheriff smiled slightly. "Can't say I'm opposed to outside investment. We could use some fresh capital to grow the place properly." After the sheriff departed, Sarah turned to Pamela with an expression of vindication. "Well, what do you make of that?" "I don't know what to make of it," Pamela admitted. It doesn't make sense for a man of Mr. Montgomery's resources to invest in property here. Redstone Ridge is hardly a boomtown. Unless he has other reasons for wanting to establish a presence here. Sarah's meaningful look left no doubt about what or whom she considered that reason to be. Don't be ridiculous. Pamela busied herself reorganizing a shelf of lavender water. Mr. Montgomery and I are barely acquainted. He wouldn't purchase buildings because of me, wouldn't he? Sarah gathered her basket from where she'd set it on the counter. Men with fortunes sometimes make grand gestures when they're interested in a woman, and he's been quite clear about his interest in you. His interest in my business, Pamela corrected, though she felt a betraying warmth rise in her cheeks. If you say so. Sarah headed for the door. I must get back to my mending, but I expect full details when you learn more, and you will learn more. I'd stake my best scissors on it. Left alone, Pamela tried to return to her accounts, but found her thoughts continually circling back to Chad Montgomery and his mysterious property purchases. Could Sarah be right? Was his investment in Harrison's building somehow connected to her reduced shelf space there? The idea seemed absurd. Chad was a businessman, not a knight-errant riding to her rescue. Yet the timing was suspicious, particularly given his pointed questions about Harrison's decision. Pamela was still mulling over these thoughts when Mrs. Abernathy entered the shop an hour later, ostensibly seeking witch hazel for her husband's razor burn, but clearly more interested in discussing the town's latest gossip. Such exciting changes in our little community, she said as Pamela wrapped her purchase. First Mr. Montgomery's arrival, and now all this property changing hands. They say he plans to modernize the buildings he's purchased. Perhaps Redstone Ridge will finally shed its frontier appearance. It would take more than a few renovated buildings to change the character of our town, Pamela replied, handing over the package. But yes, investment is always welcome. As Mrs. Abernathy continued chattering, Pamela's attention was drawn to movement across the street. Through her shop window, she had a clear view of Harrison's general store and of Chad Montgomery's tall figure as he entered the establishment. Even from a distance, she could see the change in Harrison's demeanor. The shopkeeper's initial welcoming smile faltered visibly as Chad approached the counter. Though she couldn't hear their conversation, the tension in Harrison's posture was evident. The exchange appeared brief but intense. When Chad finally turned to leave, Harrison's face had paled considerably, his usual jovial manner entirely absent. He watched Chad's departure with an expression that seemed equal parts resentment and resignation. "Miss Johnson, did you hear me?" Pamela startled, turning back to Mrs. Abernathy with an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, my mind wandered. You were saying?" After Mrs. Abernathy finally departed, Pamela found herself glancing repeatedly across the street, wondering what had transpired between Chad and Harrison. The question occupied her thoughts throughout the afternoon, distracting her from the steady flow of customers that had become the new normal since Chad's arrival in town. As closing time approached, a young boy, one of the hotel's errand runners, appeared with an envelope addressed in a bold, masculine hand she recognized from the note accompanying Chad's earlier visit to her shop. "Mr. Montgomery asked me to deliver this directly to you, Miss Johnson," the boy said importantly. "He said it was a business matter." Pamela thanked him with a penny, then broke the seal once he had departed. The note was brief but clear. Chad requested the pleasure of her company at the hotel restaurant at 7 that evening to discuss a business proposition. He apologized for his absence these past days, citing matters requiring immediate attention. Pamela folded the note carefully, her thoughts in turmoil. The proper course would be to decline. An unmarried woman dining alone with a gentleman at a hotel invited gossip, regardless of the purported business nature of the meeting. Yet, she couldn't deny her curiosity about his recent activities, particularly regarding Harrison's building. "Business matters," she murmured to herself as she locked the shop and climbed the stairs to her apartment. Purely business. By the time she entered the hotel restaurant that evening, Pamela had convinced herself of her own indifference to Chad Montgomery's personal charm. She was there solely to discuss potential business opportunities, and perhaps to satisfy her curiosity about his property purchases. Her resolve wavered when she spotted him waiting near the restaurant's best table. He rose immediately, his expression brightening in a way that suggested her arrival meant more to him than a mere business appointment. "Miss Johnson," he greeted her, pulling out her chair with practiced ease. "Thank you for coming. I feared my sudden absence might have made you reconsider our acquaintance." "Not at all," Pamela replied, settling her skirts as she sat. "Though I admit to some curiosity about your activities these past days. I understand you've been quite busy acquiring property." A smile played at the corners of Chad's mouth. News travels quickly in small towns, particularly news involving wealthy strangers buying buildings. Pamela met his gaze directly across the table. "Sheriff Lawson confirms you've purchased Harrison's building. May I ask why?" "Directness, one of your most admirable qualities." Chad signaled to the waiter before returning his attention to her. "I've purchased several properties in Redstone Ridge because I believe the town has significant growth potential. The railroad expansion planned for next year will make it a natural stopping point for travelers and goods heading west." "And you just happened to select Harrison's building first? The same Harrison who recently reduced my shelf space in his store?" Pamela pressed, unwilling to let him evade with general explanations. Chad's dark eyes studied her face for a moment before he replied, "Let's just say I select my investments carefully, based on multiple factors. The building is sound, centrally located, and available at a reasonable price. That it houses a business currently making questionable decisions may have influenced my timing, but not my overall strategy." Before Pamela could pursue this tantalizing hint further, the waiter arrived to take their orders. When he departed, Chad skillfully shifted the conversation. "I've been meaning to discuss a potential opportunity with you," he said, leaning forward slightly. "That might resolve your distribution challenges more effectively than confronting Harrison directly." Despite her determination to return to the subject of his property purchase, Pamela found herself drawn in by his earnest tone. "What sort of opportunity?" "I believe your perfumes could succeed in markets far beyond Redstone Ridge." Chad's enthusiasm was evident in his voice. "The quality of your creations rivals anything produced in eastern cities, but you're limited by your current distribution channels and production capacity." "That's hardly a revelation," Pamela said dryly. "I've been aware of those limitations since I established my business. But you may not be aware of how easily they could be overcome with the right investment." Chad's gaze held hers steadily. "I'm prepared to offer financial backing to expand your operation, new equipment, premium ingredients, proper packaging for shipment, even a small workshop separate from your retail space." Pamela stared at him, momentarily speechless. "You want to invest in my perfumery? Why?" "Because I recognize potential when I see it," he replied simply, "and because I believe in supporting enterprises with merit regardless of their size or the gender of their proprietor." The waiter's return with their meals gave Pamela a moment to collect her thoughts, which were racing in a dozen different directions. Chad's offer represented the opportunity she'd dreamed of but dismissed as impractical, the chance to expand beyond Redstone Ridge to create the sophisticated products she knew she was capable of producing. Yet the memory of Davis and his investment opportunities hovered like a shadow. She had sworn never again to entangle her finances with a man's, no matter how promising the venture seemed. What exactly would this investment entail? She asked finally, her tone carefully neutral. "And what would you expect in return?" "A fair question." Chad set down his fork. "I propose an initial investment of $5,000 to be used at your discretion for expanding your business. In return, I would receive 20% of profits from sales outside Redstone Ridge for a period of 5 years, after which you could buy out my interest or renegotiate terms." "And creative control?" Pamela asked, zeroing in on what mattered most to her. "The formulas, the product selection, would remain entirely yours," Chad assured her. "I have no desire to interfere with the artistry that makes your products unique. My interest is purely financial and perhaps the satisfaction of seeing a worthy enterprise succeed." It was a remarkably generous offer, far more favorable than any bank would provide, and with none of the conditions typically imposed on female borrowers. Too generous, perhaps. "This is substantial," Pamela said carefully. "I'll need time to consider it properly, to review the numbers and consider the implications." Of course. Chad smiled, seemingly pleased rather than disappointed by her caution. Take all the time you need. I have no immediate plans to leave Redstone Ridge. His casual confirmation that he intended to remain in town sent an unexpected ripple of pleasure through Pamela, which she firmly suppressed. And what of Harrison's building? What are your plans there? For now, simply to maintain it as it is, though I may suggest some improvements to the structure itself. Chad's expression revealed nothing of his intentions toward the current tenant. I believe in allowing businesses to succeed or fail on their own merits, without undue interference. The subtle emphasis on undue piqued Pamela's curiosity, but Chad smoothly guided their conversation to lighter topics for the remainder of the meal. By the time they finished dessert, they were discussing books they had both enjoyed, finding unexpected common ground in their literary tastes. You surprise me, Mr. Montgomery, Pamela admitted as they left the restaurant. I wouldn't have expected a businessman to appreciate Jane Austen's satirical edge. There's a great deal about me you might find surprising, Miss Johnson. Chad's smile held a hint of challenge as he escorted her to the hotel entrance. I look forward to the opportunity to reveal more of myself over time. The simple statement, delivered with quiet confidence, reminded Pamela that however businesslike their dinner had been, Chad Montgomery saw her as more than a potential investment opportunity. The realization was both flattering and unnerving. Thank you for a most enlightening evening, she said as they reached the door. I'll consider your proposal carefully. I would expect nothing less. Chad took her hand briefly, his touch warm through her glove. Good night, Miss Johnson. Walking home through the quiet streets of Redstone Ridge, Pamela's mind whirled with possibilities. $5,000, the exact amount she had lost to Davis's mining venture, could transform her modest perfumery into the sophisticated enterprise she had secretly dreamed of creating. New equipment, rare ingredients, proper packaging for shipment to distant markets. The vision was tantalizing. Yet beneath the excitement lurked caution born of hard experience. Men like Chad Montgomery, wealthy, charming, seemingly generous, often had motives beyond those they revealed. What did he truly want from her? And why had he selected her small business for his investment? These questions accompanied her up the stairs to her apartment and lingered as she prepared for bed, unresolved but insistent. The answers, or at least partial ones, arrived with the morning light. Pamela had just opened the shop when the rumble of wagon wheels drew her attention to the street outside. A sturdy delivery wagon pulled by two dray horses had stopped before her door, the driver consulting a piece of paper before jumping down from his seat. Delivery for Pamela's fragrances, he announced, entering the shop. Got a crate here needs signing for. There must be some mistake, Pamela replied, setting aside the broom she'd been using. I haven't ordered anything that would arrive by freight wagon. No mistake, ma'am. Address is clear as day. The driver thrust a clipboard toward her. Just need your signature, and then me and the boys will bring it in. Still puzzled, Pamela signed the form, then watched as the driver and his assistant manhandled a substantial wooden crate through her shop door. They positioned it near her counter, tipped their hats, and departed without further explanation. Left alone with the mysterious delivery, Pamela examined the crate cautiously. Her name and shop address were clearly marked on the top, along with shipping information from San Francisco. A smaller envelope had been tacked to the side, sealed with plain wax. Breaking the seal, she withdrew a single card, inscribed in the now familiar bold handwriting, "For your creativity, no strings attached." Her heart beating faster, Pamela retrieved a pry bar from her workroom and carefully opened the crate. Nestled within layers of straw and padding lay dozens of bottles, vials, and packets, an apothecary's dream of ingredients. She lifted them out one by one with growing amazement. French lavender oil, Indian sandalwood, Moroccan rose absolute, Italian bergamot, Spanish saffron, Tahitian vanilla, and more. Exotic essences she had read about but never expected to encounter in her modest frontier shop. Each container bore the label of Penhaligon's, the renowned London perfumery whose products set the standard for quality throughout Europe and America. The collection represented an investment of hundreds, perhaps thousands of dollars, far more than Pamela could ever have justified spending on raw materials. Her first instinct was to refuse the gift, to have it returned immediately to its sender. Such generosity from a man she barely knew carried implications she wasn't prepared to accept. Yet, as she cradled a bottle of precious jasmine absolute, the very essence she had longed to work with for years, a different feeling emerged. This wasn't jewelry or clothing or the typical trinkets men offered to curry favor with women. These were tools of her craft, materials that respected her as a professional rather than attempting to ornament her as a woman. The note had specified no strings attached, and while experience had taught her to be wary of such claims, something in Chad's straightforward manner made her inclined to believe him. "For your creativity," she murmured, repeating the words from his note. Not for her beauty or her company or her affection, but for her skill, her art. Decision made, Pamela locked the shop door and turned the sign to closed. This treasure trove deserved her full attention, without interruption from curious customers. She carried armfuls of bottles and packets to her workroom, arranging them carefully on the shelves according to their properties and potential combination. The morning passed in a blur of excitement as she examined each ingredient, testing tiny amounts on scent strips, making notes about potential formulation. Ideas she had abandoned as impractical due to cost or availability now seemed not only possible, but inevitable. A sophisticated chypre with bergamot and oak moss as its foundation, a rich oriental blend centered on sandalwood and vanilla, a delicate floral combining jasmine, rose, and subtle citrus notes. By midday, she had outlined formulas for 3 entirely new perfumes, unlike anything she'd previously created. These wouldn't be simple toilet waters or colognes, but complex, layered fragrances that could compete with the finest products from Eastern or European houses. She was so absorbed in her work that she barely registered the knocking at her shop door until it grew insistent. Reluctantly setting aside a particularly promising blend of jasmine and bergamot, she made her way to the front of the shop to find Sarah peering anxiously through the glass. "There you are!" Sarah exclaimed when Pamela unlocked the door. "I was beginning to worry. You never close the shop during business hours." "I've been working on something important," Pamela explained, unable to keep the excitement from her voice. "Come see." She led Sarah to the workroom, where the newly arrived ingredients now lined the shelves in gleaming array. Sarah's eyes widened as she took in the collection. Good heavens, where did all this come from? "Mr. Montgomery sent it," Pamela admitted, watching her friend's face closely. "A gift for my creativity," according to his note. Sarah raised an eyebrow, her expression hovering between amusement and concern. "That's quite a gift. These must have cost a fortune." "They did." Pamela lifted a small bottle of Rosé Absolute, the deep amber liquid catching the light. "Some of these essences are nearly impossible to obtain outside major cities. I've read about them in trade journals, but never expected to work with them myself." "And you accepted this extremely generous gift? From a man you barely know?" Sarah's tone was carefully neutral, but the question was clear. Pamela set down the bottle, turning to face her friend directly. "I did. Because it's not a personal gift, Sarah. It's a professional one. These are materials for my work, not trinkets or baubles meant to court me." She hesitated, then added more softly, "No man has ever respected my work enough to support it this way. Not even Davis, who claimed to believe in my potential." Sarah's expression softened. "I can see why that would matter to you, but Pamela, gifts of this magnitude from a bachelor to an unmarried woman, professional or not, will raise eyebrows in town." "Let them raise," Pamela replied with sudden defiance. "I've spent years having my business dismissed as a charming hobby by men who couldn't tell lavender from lemon oil. If Mr. Montgomery recognizes the value of my work enough to provide these materials, I won't reject them out of fear of gossip." Seeing her determination, Sarah's concern gave way to cautious support. "Well, they are magnificent, and if anyone can create something extraordinary with them, it's you." She picked up a small packet labeled ambergris finest quality, examining it curiously. "Will you use these for your regular products?" "No, these deserve something special." Pamela gestured to the notebook where she'd been sketching formulations. I'm developing new fragrances, premium blends that could be marketed to more sophisticated customers in larger cities, the kind of products I've always wanted to create but couldn't justify the expense for. Exactly what Mr. Montgomery suggested during your dinner last night. Sarah gave her a knowing look. The expansion he offered to finance? Pamela paused, realizing the connection she hadn't fully made herself. Yes, I suppose so, though I haven't accepted his investment offer yet. Hasn't he rather cleverly ensured that you'll want to? Sarah pointed out. By providing ingredients too precious to waste on ordinary toilet waters, he's essentially guaranteed you'll need to develop premium products, which will require precisely the expansion he's offering to fund. The observation gave Pamela pause. Was Chad's gift a genuinely supportive gesture or a calculated move to entangle her in his investment scheme? The cynical interpretation didn't align with her impression of his character, yet Sarah's point was valid. These ingredients practically demanded a business expansion to properly monetize them. Perhaps, she acknowledged, though he gains nothing if I simply use these materials and decline his investment. The note specifically said no strings attached. Men like Chad Montgomery rarely act without purpose, Sarah said gently. I'm not saying his intentions are dishonorable, quite the opposite, from what I've observed. But don't mistake calculated generosity for spontaneous giving. The warning was fair, yet Pamela found herself unwilling to attribute purely strategic motives to Chad's gift. There had been something in his expression when he spoke of her work, a genuine appreciation that couldn't be entirely feigned. I'll consider his motives carefully before making any decisions, she promised, but in the meantime, I intend to make full use of these materials. It would be foolish to waste such an opportunity, whatever prompted it. Sarah smiled at her vehemence. That's my practical Pamela. Just promise me you'll be equally practical about Mr. Montgomery himself. Remember that handsome faces and charming manners sometimes conceal complicated intentions. I learned that lesson thoroughly with Davis, Pamela assured her. No man will ever again blind me to reality with charm alone. Yet as she returned to her workbench after Sarah's departure, Pamela found herself wondering if she was seeing Chad Montgomery clearly, or if her judgment was already compromised by his unexpected kindness. The question lingered as she carefully measured drops of precious oils into her testing vials, blending and adjusting with practiced precision. By closing time, she had created 3 distinct formulations that surpassed anything she'd previously achieved. The first, a sophisticated floral with jasmine and rose at its heart, she tentatively named Promise. The second, a complex blend of sandalwood, vanilla, and subtle spices, became Reverie. The third, and most experimental, a chypre structure with bergamot, oak moss, and unexpected notes of saffron, she called Transformation. Holding the 3 sample vials to the light, Pamela felt a surge of pride and possibility. Whatever Chad Montgomery's ultimate intentions might be, his gift had already transformed her work in ways she couldn't have anticipated. These creations represented not just her skill, but her artistic vision, the perfumer she had always aspired to be. For that alone, she owed him a measure of gratitude. The rest, his investment offer, his property purchases, his apparent interest in her personally, could be considered separately with the caution hard experience had taught her. But the perfumes were entirely hers, born of her creativity and expertise, and they were magnificent. The morning after receiving Chad's magnificent gift, Pamela made her weekly visit to Harrison's General Store for basic supplies. Beeswax for her creams, almond oil, alcohol, and other mundane ingredients that formed the foundation of her simpler products. Though she was still floating on the creative high from her experimentation with the exotic essences, practical necessities demanded attention. Harrison's appeared unusually busy for a weekday morning. Pamela entered quietly, taking a basket from near the door and moving toward the section where household supplies were stocked. She had just located the beeswax when familiar voices from the adjacent aisle caught her attention. Quite a substantial investment, I hear, came the nasal tones of Elmer Wilson, owner of the hardware store across the street. Though I'm puzzled why a man like Montgomery would involve himself with a woman's little shop. Perfume making seems an odd interest for someone with his resources. Harrison's laugh held a dismissive edge that made Pamela's spine stiffen. Women's hobbies can be charming diversions, but they hardly constitute real businesses. Miss Johnson plays at commerce the way girls play with dolls, a pleasant enough pastime, but nothing substantial. Pamela's hand closed tightly around the block of beeswax, her knuckles whitening. After 2 years of building her shop from nothing, of careful accounting and product development and genuine service to her customers, to be dismissed so casually as a hobby stung more deeply than she would have expected. Still, Wilson continued, Montgomery seems quite taken with her. Perhaps his interest isn't entirely commercial, if you take my meaning. It rarely is when men indulge women's ventures, Harrison agreed with another chuckle. Though Miss Johnson seems to believe herself a genuine businesswoman, quite insistent about her shelf space here, as if he stopped abruptly as Pamela deliberately stepped around the corner, basket in hand, her expression carefully composed despite the anger simmering within her. "Good morning, gentlemen," she said, her voice cool but steady. "Don't let me interrupt your analysis of my commercial endeavors." Harrison's florid face flushed deeper red. "Miss Johnson, I didn't realize you were, that is, we were just discussing my hobby." "Yes, I heard quite clearly." Pamela set her basket on the counter with precise control. "I find it curious that a mere pastime has provided me with a comfortable living for 2 years, Mr. Harrison, and that my products, which you now seem to find so insubstantial, occupied prime space in your store until very recently." Wilson, looking uncomfortable, muttered something about checking inventory and beat a hasty retreat toward the door. Harrison was left alone to face Pamela's quiet fury. "Now, Ms. Johnson, you've misunderstood." He attempted a placating smile that did not reach his eyes. "We all appreciate your little perfumes. Very pleasant. I was merely explaining to Wilson that larger commercial enterprises operate differently from businesses owned by women," Pamela finished for him. "How fascinating. Please, enlighten me about these differences. I'm particularly interested in how they justified reducing my shelf space in favor of inferior products from St. Louis." Harrison's discomfort was evident, but he rallied with the condescension that came naturally to him when addressing women on business matters. "It's simply a question of consumer preferences, my dear. The modern customer wants recognized brands, consistent packaging, the latest products they've read about in ladies' magazines." "Indeed?" Pamela raised an eyebrow. "And did these modern customers specifically request that my rosewater be replaced by Thompson's Factory Blend? Because Mrs. Thornton seemed quite dismayed to find it missing when she visited your store last week. As was Mrs. Peterson when seeking my bay rum for her husband." Several customers browsing nearby had stopped to listen, making no pretense of disinterest in the confrontation unfolding at the counter. Harrison noticed their attention and lowered his voice. "Perhaps we could discuss this privately, Miss Johnson." "Why?" Pamela kept her tone conversational, though her eyes remained hard. "You didn't feel the need for privacy when dismissing my business as a hobby. Why should my response be hidden away? Are you perhaps concerned that your customers might disagree with your assessment of my products?" Harrison's face darkened. "Now see here." The bell above the door jangled, interrupting whatever Harrison had been about to say. Chad Montgomery entered, his tall figure drawing every eye in the store. He paused briefly upon seeing Pamela at the counter, but his expression revealed nothing beyond polite recognition. "Mr. Harrison," he greeted the shopkeeper. "I hope I'm not interrupting. I wanted to discuss those lease terms we mentioned yesterday." Harrison's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, the bluster draining away to be replaced by nervous deference. "Mr. Montgomery, not at all, not at all. Always time for the new landlord." He cast a desperate glance at Pamela. "Just finishing up with Ms. Johnson here." Chad's gaze traveled between them, taking in Pamela's rigid posture and Harrison's discomfort. "Please, don't rush on my account. Your customers should always come first." He moved to examine a display of pocket knives, positioning himself within earshot but not directly part of their conversation. Pamela recognized his deliberate withdrawal for what it was. Respect for her ability to manage her own confrontation. The realization bolstered her confidence further. "As I was saying, Mr. Harrison," she continued, her voice clear enough to carry to Chad and the lingering customers. I find it perplexing that you would reduce shelf space for products your customers specifically request. It suggests a decision based on something other than commercial interests. Harrison's eyes flicked nervously toward Chad, who appeared absorbed in examining a pearl-handled knife but was undoubtedly listening to every word. Perhaps I was hasty in my assessment of customer preferences, he admitted grudgingly. In fact, I've been reconsidering the arrangement with the St. Louis distributor. Have you indeed? Pamela made no effort to hide her skepticism. How fortuitous. And would this reconsideration happen to coincide with Mr. Montgomery's purchase of your building? A customer near the candy jars failed to suppress a snort of laughter, quickly disguised as a cough. Harrison's complexion now resembled an overripe tomato. That's entirely unrelated, he stammered. It's simply that, upon reflection, I believe there may still be sufficient demand for your products to justify restoring your previous shelf allocation. Pamela allowed the silence to stretch uncomfortably before responding. How generous of you, Mr. Harrison. However, I find I must decline. Decline? Harrison blinked in confusion. But I thought, I'm exploring other distribution channels for my products, Pamela said, gathering her dignity around her like a cloak. Ones where they'll be valued appropriately from the outset, not merely when external circumstances make it convenient. She placed several coins on the counter. I'll take the beeswax and almond oil, please. I believe I can source my other supplies elsewhere. Harrison fumbled with the items, wrapping them hastily in brown paper while casting anxious glances toward Chad, who had moved on to examining a display of gentlemen's shaving supplies. Miss Johnson, I hope you'll reconsider. Your products have always been. A charming hobby, she supplied sweetly. Yes, so I heard. She accepted the wrapped package and turned toward the door, nodding politely to Chad as she passed. Good day, Mr. Montgomery. His eyes met hers with unmistakable approval, though he said nothing beyond a polite Miss Johnson. Outside, Pamela took a deep breath of the clear mountain air, surprised to find her hands steady despite the confrontation. For 2 years she had swallowed similar dismissals and condescension, believing that dignified silence was her only option if she wished to maintain her business relationships. The liberation of speaking her mind, of refusing to accept Harrison's belated self-serving change of heart, filled her with unexpected exhilaration. By the time she reached her shop, the encounter had already been related to Sarah, who was waiting inside with barely contained excitement. Is it true? Did you really refuse Harrison's offer to restore your shelf space? Sarah demanded as soon as Pamela entered. Mrs. Peterson's daughter was in the store and said you were magnificent. Pamela set down her purchases with a small smile. News travels faster than I walk, apparently. Yes, I declined his suddenly generous offer. But why? Wasn't that what you wanted? Sarah followed her into the workroom, where Pamela began organizing her supplies. What I wanted was fair treatment based on the quality of my products and their popularity with customers, Pamela corrected. Not concessions granted because Harrison fears his new landlord. She unwrapped the beeswax, running her fingers over its smooth surface. Besides, Mr. Montgomery's investment offer provides an opportunity to reach markets beyond Harrison's store. Why should I continue to depend on a man who clearly doesn't respect my business? Sarah studied her with a mixture of admiration and concern. You've changed, Pamela. A month ago, you would have accepted Harrison's offer, however grudgingly given. A month ago, I had fewer options. Pamela began measuring almond oil into a beaker, her movements precise and confident. And perhaps less courage. That evening, Pamela made her way to Harriet Cooper's office, her mind still occupied with the confrontation at Harrison's and its implications for her business. Chad's investment offer now seemed not merely appealing, but timely, a chance to free herself from dependency on local merchants who viewed her work as trivial. Harriet looked up from her desk as Pamela entered, setting aside the legal document she'd been reviewing. There she is, the talk of Redstone Ridge. I've heard 3 different versions of your encounter with Harrison today. In one, you reduced him to tears, Pamela laughed, settling into the chair opposite her friend. Hardly that dramatic, though he was distinctly uncomfortable. But I've come to discuss a different matter. I've received an investment offer that I'd like your opinion on. Harriet's eyebrows rose with interest. An investment? From whom? Chad Montgomery. Pamela watched her friend's reaction closely. He's offered $5,000 to expand my business beyond Redstone Ridge. New equipment, premium materials, proper packaging for shipment to larger markets. Montgomery? Harriet removed her spectacles, setting them carefully on her desk. The same Montgomery who recently purchased Harrison's building and has been making inquiries about other properties in town? The very same. Pamela leaned forward. What do you know of him, Harriet, beyond the property purchases? The lawyer considered her answer carefully. Little beyond what's publicly available. His business references are impeccable. Banking contacts in Denver speak highly of his commercial acumen and ethical practices. His timber operations in Mississippi and shipping interests in New Orleans appear prosperous and well managed. But, Pamela prompted, sensing her friend's reservation, but his sudden interest in Redstone Ridge is puzzling, and his focus on you specifically even more so. Harriet's gray eyes were shrewd. Men like Montgomery don't typically invest in small perfumeries in frontier towns, nor do they purchase buildings where a businesswoman's products have recently been displaced. You think the two are connected? Don't you? Harriet countered. The timing is remarkably convenient. Pamela sighed, troubled by the same suspicion. I've wondered that myself. Yet, if his aim was merely to pressure Harrison on my behalf, why offer the investment as well? And why send rare ingredients worth hundreds, perhaps thousands of dollars? She described the crate of exotic essences that had arrived the previous day. Harriet whistled softly. That's no small gesture. What does he want in return for this investment? 20% of profits from sales outside Redstone Ridge for 5 years, after which I can buy out his interest. Pamela watched her friend's reaction. Surprisingly reasonable terms. Harriet tapped her fingers thoughtfully on the desk. Almost too reasonable, one might say. That's my concern, Pamela admitted. After Davis, I'm wary of financial entanglements with men, regardless of how favorable the terms appear. Yet this opportunity could transform my business in ways I've only dreamed of. And your hesitation stems purely from financial caution? Harriet's tone suggested she suspected otherwise. Pamela felt heat rise to her cheeks. What are you implying? Only that Mr. Montgomery's interest may not be exclusively commercial, and yours may not be exclusively financial. Harriet's expression softened. There's no shame in finding him attractive, Pamela. Half the women in Redstone Ridge appear to be in the same condition. That's hardly relevant to a business decision, Pamela protested, though the warmth in her cheeks betrayed her. It's entirely relevant if it affects your judgment, either by making you too eager to accept his offer or too determined to refuse it. Harriet leaned back in her chair. The question is whether the investment makes sense for your business regardless of the man offering it. Pamela considered this pragmatic framing. When viewed purely as a business proposition, it's exceptionally favorable. No bank would offer such terms, particularly to a woman. Then let's ensure those terms are properly documented to protect your interests. Harriet pulled a sheet of paper from her desk. I suggest we draft a formal agreement that clearly defines the limits of Mr. Montgomery's involvement and preserves your creative and operational control. For the next hour, they worked together crafting a document that would protect Pamela's autonomy while allowing for the partnership Chad had proposed. Harriet's legal expertise proved invaluable, identifying potential vulnerabilities and suggesting protective clauses. I've had my own battles establishing professional credibility, Harriet remarked as they reviewed the completed draft. When I first arrived in Redstone Ridge, no one would bring legal matters to a female attorney. I sat in that front office for weeks without a single client. How did you change their minds? Pamela asked, curious about her friend's experience. By seizing an opportunity others overlooked. Harriet smiled at the memory. A land dispute between two ranchers, too small for the attorneys in Denver to bother with, but significant to the men involved. I offered my services at a modest fee and won the case handily. After that, clients began to trickle in, then flow. And now you're the most respected lawyer in town, Pamela observed. The only lawyer in town, Harriet corrected with a wry smile. But the point remains, opportunities must be evaluated on their merits, not their source. Had I refused to represent that rancher because his initial approach was tinged with skepticism about my abilities, I would never have established my practice. The parallel to her own situation wasn't lost on Pamela. Chad's investment offer, whatever his personal interest might be, represented an opportunity that aligned perfectly with her own ambitions for her business. "So you think I should accept Mr. Montgomery's offer?" she asked. "I think you should consider it carefully, with this agreement as your protection." Harriet tapped the document they'd drafted. "And I think you should trust your own judgment. You've built a successful business from nothing, Pamela. That requires intelligence and instinct. What does your instinct tell you about Montgomery and his offer?" Pamela considered the question seriously. "That despite my reservations, his respect for my work appears genuine, and that this opportunity may not come again." "Then perhaps your path is clear." Harriet folded the draft agreement and handed it to Pamela. "I'll prepare a final version of this tomorrow. In the meantime, reflect on what you truly want for your business, and be honest with yourself about what you may be beginning to want beyond it." With the agreement tucked safely in her reticule, Pamela left Harriet's office as twilight descended on Redstone Ridge. The spring evening was mild, the air scented with blooming lilacs from the gardens behind the church. Main Street was quiet at this hour, most businesses closed, only the hotel and saloon showing signs of activity. As she passed the Cattleman's Hotel, movement on the front porch caught her eye. Chad Montgomery sat alone in one of the rocking chairs that lined the veranda, his expression pensive as he gazed out at the darkening street. He didn't appear to have noticed her. Pamela hesitated, torn between continuing home and approaching him. Their interactions thus far had occurred primarily at his initiative. To seek him out voluntarily would signal a shift in their relationship, however subtle. As if sensing her presence, Chad looked up. Their eyes met across the dusky street, his expression warming with recognition. He made no move to call out or wave her over, simply waiting to see what she would choose. The moment stretched between them, laden with unspoken possibilities. Then, decision made, Pamela crossed the street toward the hotel. "Good evening, Miss Johnson," Chad greeted her, rising from his chair with natural courtesy. "A pleasant surprise. I was passing by and saw you sitting alone," she replied, suddenly conscious of how her impulsive decision might appear. "I wanted to thank you properly for the rare ingredients you sent. They are extraordinary." "Please, join me." He gestured to the empty rocking chair beside his own. "And you're very welcome. I hoped they might prove useful for your work." Pamela settled into the chair, arranging her skirts as she considered her next words. "They're already proving transformative. I've created 3 new fragrances that would have been impossible without such materials." "So quickly?" Chad's genuine admiration was evident in his voice. "I'm impressed, though not surprised. Your talent was obvious from the products I sampled in your shop." The simple compliment, delivered without flattery or condescension, warmed Pamela more than it should have. They sat in companionable silence for a moment, watching as lanterns were lit along the main street, pools of golden light pushing back the gathering darkness. "I witnessed your encounter with Harrison this morning," Chad said eventually. "Your handling of the situation was masterful." "You didn't intervene," Pamela observed. "Most men would have felt compelled to ride to a lady's rescue, particularly one they'd shown interest in." "You needed no rescuing," he replied simply. "And it wasn't my battle to fight. Harrison's disrespect was toward you and your business. The response was rightfully yours to deliver." His understanding, so different from the protective condescension most men would have displayed, touched Pamela deeply. "Thank you for that. Few men recognize when support means standing back rather than stepping in." "I've learned that lesson through experience," Chad said, a hint of self-deprecation in his smile. "My late wife taught me rather forcefully that assumed helplessness is no compliment to a capable woman." The casual mention of a wife startled Pamela, though she tried not to show it. In all their conversations, he had never mentioned being married previously. "Your wife sounds like a woman of strong character," she said carefully, uncertain how to respond to this new information. Elizabeth was remarkable. There was genuine warmth in Chad's voice, though his expression held the softened sadness of a grief long accommodated. "We had only 3 years together before childbed fever took her, but they were good years. She taught me much about respecting a woman's mind as well as her heart." "I'm sorry for your loss," Pamela said quietly, moved by the simple honesty of his words. Chad nodded acknowledgement. "It's been 7 years. The sharpness fades, though the lessons remain. He turned slightly in his chair to face her more directly, all of which is the importance of straightforward communication. Have you had a chance to consider my investment offer, Miss Johnson? The directness of the question, free from pressure or manipulation, made Pamela smile despite herself. As it happens, I've just come from discussing it with Harriet Cooper. We've drafted an agreement that would protect both our interests while allowing for the partnership you proposed. If she had expected surprise or offense at her businesslike approach, she was disappointed. Chad's expression registered only approval. A sensible precaution. Miss Cooper has a reputation for thorough legal work. I'd be interested to see the terms you've outlined. Pamela withdrew the folded document from her reticule and handed it to him. The key points are these. Your investment of $5,000 purchases a 20% share of profits from sales outside Redstone Ridge for 5 years, with an option for me to buy out your interest at fair market value afterward. All creative and operational decisions remain exclusively mine, though major expenditures above $500 would require your consultation. Chad read through the document carefully, his expression thoughtful. When he looked up, there was unmistakable respect in his eyes. These are well-considered terms, clear, fair, and protective of your autonomy, while acknowledging my financial interest. He handed the paper back to her. I find them entirely acceptable. You're not offended that I sought legal counsel? Pamela asked, still somewhat surprised by his ready acceptance. On the contrary, I'd have been concerned if you hadn't. Chad's smile revealed the dimple that had begun to feature in Pamela's thoughts at unexpected moments. A $5,000 investment is significant business, not a handshake matter between casual acquaintances. Your caution speaks well of your business sense. The ease of his agreement, free from the injured pride most men would have displayed, reinforced Pamela's growing certainty that Chad Montgomery was unlike any man she had previously encountered. Miss Cooper will prepare the final version tomorrow, she said. If the terms remain acceptable, we could formalize the agreement then. Excellent. Chad settled back in his rocking chair, his expression relaxed. And now that business is concluded, might we enjoy this pleasant evening as friends rather than potential partners? The simple request disarmed Pamela completely. For weeks, she had been braced for romantic overtures or veiled pressures, prepared to deflect or decline. This straightforward invitation to friendship caught her entirely off guard. I'd like that, she admitted, surprising herself with her sincerity. As twilight deepened into true night, their conversation flowed with unexpected ease. Chad spoke of his early days in the timber business after the war, working as a common logger before saving enough to purchase his first small operation. I slept in a tent for 2 years, he recalled, amusement rather than self-pity coloring his tone. Ate beans and salt pork 6 days a week and thought myself fortunate to have that. The war left many with far less. You fought for the Confederacy? Pamela asked, the question emerging before she could consider its potential sensitivity. I did. Chad didn't flinch from the admission. Not for slavery. My family owned no slaves, despite my father's aspirations to plantation status, but out of a misguided loyalty to Mississippi. It's not a choice I'm proud of, but neither is it one I hide. His straightforward acknowledgement, neither defensive nor apologetic, struck Pamela as remarkably honest. Most former Confederate soldiers she'd encountered either boasted of their service or concealed it entirely, depending on their audience. My father was a Southerner as well, she said after a moment, though he avoided military service entirely by relocating to Colorado just before the war began. A convenient timing, Chad observed neutrally. Yes, one of many conveniences he arranged for himself at others' expense. Pamela hadn't intended to reveal so much, but something about the quiet night and Chad's attentive silence invited confidence. He abandoned my mother and me when I was 14, returning to a family in Virginia we hadn't known existed, his real family, as he called them in his farewell letter. Chad's expression darkened. I'm sorry, that must have been difficult for both of you. It was. We'd been comfortable, if not wealthy. Suddenly we were destitute, with creditors appearing daily to claim items from our home. Mother took in sewing to keep us fed. Pamela stared out at the darkened street, memories of those desperate months surfacing with unexpected clarity. I vowed then that I would never depend on a man for my security, that I would build something of my own that couldn't be taken away by someone else's choices. And so you have, Chad said softly. Your perfumery is a testament to that determination. Pamela turned back to him, oddly touched by his understanding. Yes, despite Harrison's dismissal of it as a hobby. Harrison is a fool, Chad said simply, and fools rarely recognize value beyond conventional forms. The lanterns along Main Street cast pools of golden light that seemed to suspend them in a private world apart from the rest of Redstone Ridge. A gentle breeze carried the scent of pine from the surrounding mountains, mingling with the ever-present dust of the frontier town. From inside the hotel came the muffled sounds of conversation and occasional laughter from the dining room. It's growing late, Pamela said reluctantly, aware that propriety demanded she not linger too long in a gentleman's company, however public the setting. I should return home. Allow me to walk with you, Chad said, rising and offering his arm. The hour is advanced for a lady to be abroad alone, even in a town as small as Redstone Ridge. Pamela accepted his arm, acutely conscious of his solid strength beneath the fine fabric of his coat. They walked in comfortable silence through the quiet streets, the only sounds their footsteps on the wooden boardwalk and the distant piano from the saloon at the edge of town. At her shop door, Chad stopped, maintaining a respectful distance that Pamela found both proper and vaguely disappointing. Thank you for your company this evening, Miss Johnson, and for your trust in our business arrangement. Thank you for respecting my terms, she replied. Few men would accept a woman's conditions so readily. Few men have the privilege of partnering with a businesswoman of your caliber. His smile in the lamplight made her heart beat faster than the evening stroll warranted. Until tomorrow, then. Until tomorrow, she echoed, watching as he tipped his hat and turned back toward the hotel, his tall figure soon disappearing into the shadows between street lamps. Inside her apartment, Pamela moved to the window that overlooked Main Street, half expecting to see Chad still visible in the distance, but the street was empty now, the town settling into its nighttime quiet. She touched her fingers lightly to the glass, her thoughts in uncharacteristic disarray. The agreement with Chad represented everything she had worked toward: expansion, legitimacy, freedom from dependence on merchants like Harrison. Yet it also created a new connection to a man whose presence in her life was becoming increasingly significant. Business, she reminded herself firmly. It's a business arrangement, nothing more. But as she prepared for bed, Pamela couldn't quite convince herself that Chad Montgomery's interest was purely commercial, nor, if she were entirely honest, was her own. Harriet Cooper's office looked unusually formal, with the addition of 2 straight-back chairs positioned before her desk. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the spotlessly clean windows, illuminating the document laid precisely in the center of the polished oak surface. Pamela arrived early, her nerves demanding movement rather than the continued pacing of her shop floor. You're 15 minutes ahead of schedule, Harriet observed, looking up from a final review of the contract. Eager or anxious? Both, I think. Pamela smoothed her skirts as she sat in one of the waiting chairs. She had chosen her attire with unusual care that morning, a tailored walking suit of deep burgundy wool that managed to be both businesslike and flattering. It's not every day I sign away a portion of my business. Not away, Harriet corrected, setting down her pen. You're accepting an investment that will help it grow beyond what you could achieve alone, and with far better protections than most women receive in such arrangements. Pamela nodded, her fingers tracing the edge of her reticule. I know, it's simply a significant business decisions often are. Harriet adjusted her spectacles and regarded Pamela thoughtfully. Having second thoughts? No, Pamela said, surprising herself with her certainty. No, this is the right path. I've built my business as far as I can alone. To reach the markets I dream of requires capital I don't have. And Mr. Montgomery's investment provides that capital while respecting your authority. Harriet tapped the contract. I've known many businesswomen forced to surrender control for far less favorable terms. You're fortunate in your investor. Before Pamela could respond, the office door opened to admit Sheriff Lawson and Chad Montgomery. The sheriff, serving in his official capacity as notary for the county, nodded to both women. Chad followed, smartly dressed in a charcoal suit that emphasized his broad shoulders without the ostentation some wealthy men favored. Ladies, Sheriff Lawson greeted them. I understand we're here to witness a business contract. Indeed, Sheriff, Harriet gestured to the remaining chairs. Mr. Montgomery, thank you for your punctuality. Chad's gaze met Pamela's briefly before he inclined his head to the lawyer. Thank you for preparing the agreement, Miss Cooper. I appreciate the clarity of your legal drafting. Harriet's eyebrows rose slightly at the genuine compliment, one rarely offered to female attorneys. I believe in precision, particularly when significant ums are involved, she replied, warming slightly. When everyone was seated, Harriet directed their attention to the contract. Before we proceed to signatures, I'll review the key terms to ensure complete understanding by all parties. She lifted the document, her voice taking on the formal cadence she reserved for legal proceedings. This agreement establishes a business partnership between Miss Pamela Johnson, sole proprietor of Pamela's Fragrances, and Mr. Chad Montgomery. The business shall henceforth be registered as Pamela's Fine Fragrances, a formal incorporation under territorial law. Pamela felt a small thrill at the words. A formal incorporation, something few women achieved without male relatives or husbands as the primary owners. Mr. Montgomery agrees to invest $5,000 in the business, Harriet continued. In exchange, he shall receive 20% of all profits generated from sales outside Redstone Ridge for a period of 5 years from this date. After said period, Miss Johnson may, at her discretion, purchase Mr. Montgomery's interest at fair market value or renegotiate terms. Sheriff Lawson whistled softly at the amount, but made no comment. Chad's expression remained attentive but neutral. Miss Johnson retains full creative control over all products and formulations. She further maintains operational authority over day-to-day business decisions. Major expenditures exceeding $500 require consultation with Mr. Montgomery, though final decisions remain with Miss Johnson. Harriet looked up, directing her gaze first at Pamela, then at Chad. Does either party wish clarification of these terms? The agreement seems admirably clear, Chad replied. I have no questions. Nor I, Pamela said, her voice steadier than she had expected. Very well. Harriet set the document on her desk and uncapped her inkwell. Sheriff Lawson will witness our signatures. Miss Johnson, as the primary business owner, you'll sign first. Pamela took the offered pen, its weight suddenly significant in her hand. This single signature would transform her modest perfumery into a genuine enterprise with expansion potential beyond anything she had imagined when mixing her first fragrances in her mother's kitchen. She signed with deliberate care, forming each letter of her name precisely. When she finished, she handed the pen to Chad, their fingers brushing momentarily in the exchange. His signature joined hers on the page, the bold, confident strokes reflecting his character. Sheriff Lawson added his official witness signature, followed by Harriet. Congratulations, Harriet said, sprinkling sand over the ink to dry it. You've just formalized an unusual but promising business partnership. Indeed. Chad reached into his inner coat pocket and withdrew a folded document. And now for the practical aspect of our agreement. He extended the paper to Pamela. A bank draft for the agreed-upon investment, drawn on First National Bank of Denver. It can be deposited at Redstone Ridge Savings and Loan immediately. Pamela accepted the draft, momentarily stunned by the sight of the amount written in precise banking script. $5,000. The exact sum she had lost to Davis's mining venture, now restored through legitimate business investment. She faltered, unexpected emotion catching in her throat. Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. This will allow for immediate ordering of supplies and... Her voice trailed off as the full reality of what this investment would enable washed over her. And hiring an assistant, Chad supplied gently, seeming to understand her momentary overwhelm. Equipment for increased production. Appropriate packaging for shipping to distant markets. All the elements needed to expand your excellent products beyond Redstone Ridge. Sheriff Lawson cleared his throat. Well, this appears to be concluded properly. Miss Cooper, I'll file the incorporation documents at the county office tomorrow, he rose, tipping his hat to Pamela. Congratulations on your business expansion, Ms. Johnson. It's always good to see Redstone Ridge Enterprises prospering. After the sheriff departed, Harriet efficiently prepared copies of the contract for both parties. I'll retain the original in my files, she informed them. Should any questions arise regarding terms or obligations, either party may consult it here. The business concluded, they stepped outside into the bright afternoon sunshine. Harriet excused herself to attend to another client, leaving Pamela and Chad standing together on the boardwalk. "Well, Miss Johnson," Chad said, his expression warmer now that the formal proceedings were complete. "I believe this milestone merits celebration. Would you do me the honor of joining me for dinner at the Silver Spoon this evening?" Pamela considered the invitation, aware that dining publicly with Chad for a third time would cement certain impressions in the town's collective mind. Yet the thought held less concern than it once might have. This was a legitimate business partnership after all, and a celebratory dinner entirely appropriate. Still, another thought had formed in her mind during the contract signing, one that surprised her with its appeal. "Actually," she said, "I was hoping you might join me for dinner instead, at my apartment." Chad's eyebrows rose slightly, though his expression revealed nothing beyond polite interest. "I would be delighted, though I wouldn't wish to impose on your privacy." "It's not an imposition," Pamela assured him. "I'd like to cook for you, to show my appreciation for your confidence in my business." The smile that spread across his face transformed his features, the serious businessman giving way momentarily to genuine pleasure. "In that case, I accept with gratitude. What time shall I arrive?" 7 o'clock. That will give me time to close the shop and prepare. 7 it is." Chad tipped his hat, his dark eyes warm with an emotion Pamela wasn't quite ready to name. "Until then, Miss Johnson." As he walked away toward the hotel, Pamela remained on the boardwalk, the bank draft secure in her reticule and a curious lightness filling her chest. $5,000. A formal business incorporation, the means to create the expanded product line she had envisioned while experimenting with Chad's gift of exotic ingredients. The reality of these changes would take time to fully absorb, but for now she had a dinner to plan. The practical consideration gave her something concrete to focus on. Amid the swirling emotions of the afternoon, she made her way to the butcher shop first, selecting a plump chicken for roasting. The greengrocer provided new potatoes, fresh spring peas, and the season's first strawberries. At the bakery, she purchased a loaf of crusty bread, still warm from the oven. "Cooking for someone special, Miss Johnson?" Mrs. Baker asked as she wrapped the bread in brown paper. News of the contract signing had clearly spread already. Pamela merely smiled. "For a business associate, we finalized an agreement today." "Is that what they're calling it now?" Mrs. Baker's eyes twinkled with unconcealed curiosity. "Well, whoever he is, he's a fortunate man. Your cooking is as fine as your perfumes, from what I hear." Rather than taking offense at the gentle teasing, Pamela found herself unexpectedly amused. "Let's hope Mr. Montgomery thinks so too." The admission that Chad was her dinner guest sent Mrs. Baker into barely suppressed excitement, which would undoubtedly fuel town gossip by nightfall. But Pamela discovered she minded far less than she would have even a week ago. Her final stop was Harrison's General Store, where she needed butter and sugar for the strawberry shortcake she planned for dessert. She entered with her head high, still savoring the memory of their confrontation and her refusal to accept his belated offer of restored shelf space. Harrison himself was behind the counter, his manner noticeably subdued as she approached. "Miss Johnson, what can I get for you today?" "A pound of butter and 2 pounds of sugar, please," she said pleasantly, setting her market basket on the counter. As he gathered the items, Harrison cleared his throat awkwardly. "I understand congratulations are in order. For your business expansion." News truly did travel at lightning speed in Redstone Ridge. "Thank you," Pamela replied, neither elaborate nor cold. "Yes, Pamela's Fragrances is now formally incorporated as Pamela's Fine Fragrances. We'll be expanding to markets beyond Redstone Ridge." Harrison's expression suggested he was calculating the potential value of the business he had so recently dismissed as a hobby. "I see. Well, should you reconsider your decision regarding shelf space here?" "I'm afraid that won't be possible, Mr. Harrison." Pamela counted out coins for her purchases. "Our production will be focused on the new product line for larger markets, but thank you for your interest." The simple dignity of her refusal, without rancor but equally without concession, felt immensely satisfying. This was no longer a shopkeeper dependent on Harrison's goodwill, but a businesswoman making sound commercial decisions. With her marketing complete, Pamela returned to her apartment above the shop. The afternoon stretched before her, time to prepare the dinner that would celebrate this new chapter in her life. As she moved about her small kitchen, seasoning the chicken with rosemary and thyme, peeling potatoes, and preparing the shortcake, Pamela found herself humming. The melody was one her mother had often sung while cooking, a gentle tune that spoke of contentment and simple pleasures. The bank draft rested on her small desk, a tangible reminder of the day's significance. Tomorrow she would deposit it and begin ordering the supplies needed for expansion. She would write to Glassworks in Denver about specialty bottles, place an order for proper shipping crates, perhaps even compose an advertisement for an assistant. But tonight was for celebration, for acknowledging the journey that had brought her to this moment, and for sharing that milestone with the man whose belief in her abilities had helped make it possible. As the chicken began to roast, filling the apartment with savory aromas, Pamela found herself anticipating the evening with an eagerness that went beyond professional satisfaction. Chad Montgomery had begun as a business prospect, evolved into a partner, and was quickly becoming something she wasn't quite ready to define. Friend, certainly. Perhaps something more, in time. For now, it was enough to prepare a meal they would share, to mark the beginning of their partnership with good food and conversation. The future, both business and personal, would unfold in its own time. Pamela smiled as she arranged strawberries in a bowl, their bright red color vivid against the white china. A sense of optimism had replaced her earlier uncertainty, a confidence that extended beyond the business opportunity to embrace possibilities she had long since ceased to consider. New beginnings, indeed. Chapter 5. Hearts and Horizons. Pamela stepped back from the small table, surveying her handiwork with a critical eye. The transformation of her modest apartment was remarkable, even to her own demanding standards. Her mother's china, the only valuable items she'd managed to save from the creditors after her father's desertion, gleamed white against the cream-colored tablecloth. Crystal wine glasses, rarely used but kept polished, caught the late afternoon sunlight streaming through the freshly washed windows. In the center of the table, a bouquet of wildflowers arranged in her grandmother's cut crystal vase provided a touch of color and fragrance. She'd spent the morning cooking, filling the apartment with tantalizing aromas. A chicken, roasted to golden perfection, now rested on the sideboard, surrounded by new potatoes and fresh spring peas. Crusty bread waited to be sliced, and a strawberry shortcake, Chad's favorite dessert, as she'd learned during one of their conversations, was the crowning glory of the meal. "My goodness," Sarah said from the doorway connecting Pamela's apartment to her shop below. "If I didn't know better, I'd think the governor was coming to dinner." Pamela felt heat rise to her cheeks as she adjusted a fork that was already perfectly aligned. It's important to make a good impression on one's business partner. Mr. Montgomery has invested significantly in my company. Sarah moved into the room, carrying a small basket. Which explains why you've brought out your mother's china, spent hours cooking, and... She peered more closely at Pamela. Put rosewater in your hair. I most certainly did not, Pamela protested, though she had indeed dabbed a drop of her special rose and vanilla blend behind each ear. Of course not. Sarah set her basket on the sideboard with a knowing smile. Just as you didn't wear your best blue dress, the one that matches your eyes, for this business dinner. It's the only clean one I had, Pamela muttered, though both women knew it was a lie. What's in the basket? Fresh butter and honey for the bread, Sarah replied, and a bit of that blackberry preserves you like. Consider it my contribution to your not at all romantic business dinner. Pamela sighed, recognizing the futility of further denials. It doesn't have to be... She trailed off, unable to articulate the complex emotions surrounding her relationship with Chad. Sarah's teasing expression softened into genuine concern. It's all right to like him, you know, to be interested in more than his business acumen. Is it? Pamela adjusted a napkin that needed no adjustment. After Davis, I swore I wouldn't let a man close enough to damage what I've built. Chad Montgomery isn't Davis Miller, Sarah pointed out gently. Not all men hide selfishness behind charm. I know that. Pamela moved to check the chicken again, though it was perfectly done. Rationally, I know that, but your heart isn't convinced, Sarah finished for her. She approached Pamela, taking both her hands and stilling her nervous movements. Listen to me. I've watched you these past weeks. You're happier than I've seen you since you arrived in Redstone Ridge. You're excited about your business, yes, but also about the man who's helped make its expansion possible. Pamela looked away, unable to deny the truth of her friend's words. It's foolish. He's a wealthy businessman from Mississippi with extensive holdings across the territory. What could he possibly want with a frontier perfumer beyond a modest business investment? Oh, for heaven's sake, Sarah exclaimed. Have you looked in a mirror lately? You're beautiful, intelligent, and determined. Any man would be fortunate to win your affections. She gave Pamela's hands a final squeeze before releasing them, including Mr. Montgomery, who clearly already thinks so. You're a hopeless romantic, Pamela said, but her tone held more fondness than dismissal. And you're a hopeless case of denial, Sarah retorted good-naturedly. She reached for her shawl. I'd better go. Your business partner will be arriving soon, and 3 would definitely be a crowd. At the door, Sarah paused, her expression serious despite her light tone. Just remember, dear, business doesn't make a woman blush the way Chad Montgomery does, and there's no shame in that. After Sarah departed, Pamela stood in the center of her apartment, momentarily still amid the preparations she'd fussed over all day. Was her friend right? Had she been denying her growing attraction to Chad, hiding behind their business partnership? The thought prompted her to move to the small mirror hanging near her bedroom door. The woman who gazed back at her was familiar yet somehow changed from the cautious, defensive perfumer who had encountered Chad Montgomery in Aunt Judith's garden. Her cheeks held a healthy flush, her blue eyes bright with anticipation rather than wariness. The blue dress, while modest by Eastern standards, complemented her dark hair and fair complexion in a way that justified Sarah's knowing comments. Pamela reached up to tuck a stray lock of hair into the simple but elegant arrangement she'd spent nearly an hour perfecting. This is still primarily a business dinner, she told her reflection firmly. The mirror offered no answer, but the rapid acceleration of her heartbeat at the sound of a knock on her door provided one she wasn't quite ready to acknowledge. Taking a deep breath, Pamela smoothed her skirts and crossed to the door. When she opened it, Chad Montgomery stood on the threshold, impeccably dressed as always, though he'd forgone his usual formal business attire for a well-tailored jacket and trousers more suited to a social call. Miss Johnson. He removed his hat, revealing dark hair neatly combed. In his other hand, he held a bottle of wine. I hope I'm not early. Not at all, Pamela replied, stepping back to allow him entry. You're precisely on time. Chad's gaze traveled around the apartment, taking in the carefully arranged table, the flowers, the evidence of hours of preparation. Your home is lovely, he said, his appreciation clearly genuine. I'm honored by the care you've taken for our dinner. The simple acknowledgement of her efforts touched Pamela unexpectedly. Davis had always accepted such attentions as his due, rarely noticing the work behind them. Thank you, she said, accepting the wine bottle he offered. This looks excellent. A Bordeaux I discovered during a trip to New Orleans last year, Chad explained. I thought it might complement whatever you've prepared. Pamela examined the label with interest. It's perfect with chicken. Please make yourself comfortable while I open it. As she retrieved the corkscrew from a drawer, she was acutely aware of Chad's presence behind her. His height, his broad shoulders, the subtle scent of sandalwood that she'd come to associate with him. Her hands weren't quite steady as she worked the cork free. Something smells wonderful, Chad commented, moving to examine the wildflowers on the table. I haven't had a home-cooked meal since leaving Mississippi. Hotel food can become tiresome, I imagine, Pamela replied, pouring the wine into glasses. Even the silver spoons offerings are limited. More than the food, it's the atmosphere of a home I miss. Chad accepted the glass she offered him. Hotels, however comfortable, lack the personal touch that transforms a room into a home. You've achieved that here. The compliment warmed Pamela as she gestured toward the table. Shall we eat while everything's hot? Once seated, an initial awkwardness descended that had been absent during their previous meetings in public places. The intimacy of her apartment, of a meal prepared specifically for him, created a different dynamic between them. That awkwardness dissolved at Chad's first taste of the roasted chicken. "This is extraordinary," he said, genuine appreciation lighting his features. "Did you learn to cook from your mother?" Pamela nodded, pleased by his enjoyment. "She insisted I know how to prepare a proper meal even after—" She hesitated, then continued. "Even after my father left, and we could barely afford meat once a week. She said skills were the one thing that couldn't be taken from you." "A wise woman," Chad observed. "My own mother held similar views. She taught both her sons to cook, mend our own clothing, and manage household accounts. Skills that served me well after the war, when I had nothing but those abilities to rebuild with." The conversation flowed more easily after that exchange, moving naturally from business plans for the perfumery to more personal topics. Chad described his early struggles establishing his timber business with nothing but determination and hard work. Pamela found herself sharing stories of her own journey. Her mother's courage in the face of abandonment, their relocation to Colorado, her apprenticeship with an aging French perfumer in Denver who had recognized her exceptional sense of smell. He called it le nez, the nose, she explained, smiling at the memory. Monsieur Beauchamp said I had the finest nose he'd encountered in 30 years of teaching. He charged me half his usual fee for lessons because he said it would be a crime against art not to develop my talent. He was clearly a man of discernment, Chad said, his gaze warm in the candlelight that now illuminated the table as dusk deepened outside. Your creations prove his assessment correct. As Pamela served the strawberry shortcake, Chad surprised her with a question about her father. You've mentioned your mother often, but little about your father beyond his departure. Was there no contact afterward? The query might have seemed intrusive from anyone else, but Chad's expression held only gentle interest, not prying curiosity. Pamela found herself answering honestly. Letter about a year after he left. He was living in Virginia with his real family, as he called them. He wrote that he regretted any hardship his youthful indiscretion had caused, but that his proper place was with his wife and legitimate children. Youthful indiscretion, Chad repeated, his tone hardening slightly. An interesting term for a 15-year marriage and a daughter. Indeed. Pamela focused on her dessert not meeting his eyes. My mother burned the letter after reading it once. She never spoke of him again. And you? Chad asked quietly. Did you ever attempt to contact him? Pamela shook her head. What would have been the point? He had made his choice clear, and we managed without him, better than he might have expected. You certainly did. Chad's admiration was evident, though I suspect the path wasn't easy. No, Pamela admitted, but difficulty often reveals strengths we didn't know we possessed. My mother discovered she had a remarkable talent for fine needlework that supported us adequately, and I found my way to perfumery, which has provided me independence few women enjoy. Independence you've earned through determination and skill, Chad said. After a moment, he added more quietly, I understand the value of that hard-won self-reliance. After losing Elizabeth, I wondered if I would ever find solid ground again. The mention of his late wife created an opening for Pamela to ask the question that had lingered since he first mentioned her. You've spoken little of your wife. Would you tell me about her? A shadow of old grief crossed Chad's face, but his smile held genuine warmth. Elizabeth was the daughter of my father's business associate, a timber broker in Natchez. Our marriage was somewhat arranged, though neither of us was unwilling. He paused, remembering. She was intelligent, well-read, with definite opinions. She wasn't shy about expressing. We had 3 good years together before she died, bringing our son into the world. The child lived only hours longer than his mother. I'm so sorry, Pamela said softly, moved by the quiet dignity with which he spoke of his loss. It was a dark time, Chad acknowledged, made more so when my brother and his wife died of typhoid 6 months later, leaving their 3 children in my care. Suddenly I was responsible for their lives, their futures, with my own grief still raw. You raised your brother's children? Pamela hadn't expected this revelation. Chad nodded. Thomas was 10, Mary 8, and little James just 4. They're grown now. Thomas manages my shipping interests in New Orleans. Mary is married to a doctor in St. Louis, and James is completing his education at Harvard. They were fortunate to have you, Pamela said, genuinely impressed by this glimpse of his character. I was fortunate to have them, Chad corrected. They gave me purpose when I might have lost myself in grief. Children have a way of demanding your presence in the moment, leaving little time for dwelling on what cannot be changed. As they lingered over the remains of dessert and a second glass of wine, Pamela realized the candles had burned low, the night beyond her windows fully dark. They had been talking for hours, the time passing unnoticed in the pleasure of conversation that moved easily between light and serious topics. When Chad finally rose to leave, Pamela experienced a surprising reluctance to see the evening end. They stood together near the door, suddenly awkward again as the evening's easy intimacy confronted the necessary separation. "Thank you for a remarkable dinner," Chad said, his voice lower than it had been throughout the meal. "I haven't enjoyed an evening so thoroughly in years." "Nor have I," Pamela admitted, looking up at him. In the soft candlelight, his features seemed both stronger and gentler, the successful businessman and the man who had raised orphan children somehow equally present. For a moment, she thought he might move closer, might breach the careful distance they had maintained despite growing feelings on both sides. Instead, Chad took her hand in his, raising it slowly to his lips in a gesture that belonged to an earlier, more formal era. The touch of his mouth against her skin sent a current of warmth through Pamela that had nothing to do with the wine they'd shared. His eyes held hers as he straightened, still holding her hand. "Good night, Pamela," he said softly, using her given name for the first time. "I look forward to watching our partnership flourish." The deliberate ambiguity of partnership hung between them as he released her hand and retrieved his hat. Pamela found herself unable to form a proper response, managing only a murmured "good night" as he departed. After closing the door behind him, she moved to the window, watching as his tall figure emerged onto the street below. The gas lights recently installed along Main Street illuminated his path toward the hotel, his shadow stretching long behind him. Pamela pressed her fingers lightly against the glass, a realization settling over her with the inevitability of nightfall. Despite all her defenses, despite the bitter lessons taught by her father's abandonment and Davis's betrayal, despite her fierce commitment to independence, she was falling in love with Chad Montgomery. The knowledge brought more fear than joy. Love meant vulnerability, and vulnerability had always led to pain in her experience. Yet she couldn't deny the lightness in her heart when he was near, the ease of their conversations, the sense of being truly seen and valued for exactly who she was. "This complicates everything," she whispered to the empty room, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the spot on her hand where his lips had touched. The following weeks brought changes more rapid and far-reaching than Pamela had imagined possible. The bank draft from Chad transformed her modest operation into a genuine business enterprise with dizzying speed. Her first significant action was to hire an assistant. Lily Barnes, a young widow with a quiet manner and deft hands, proved an apt pupil in the basics of perfume creation. At 22, with a 2-year-old daughter being cared for by her mother, Lily appreciated both the steady income and the opportunity to learn a skilled trade. "My husband left little besides debts when the mining accident took him," she confided to Pamela during her first week. "I never expected to find work that wasn't taking in laundry or cleaning houses." "Women deserve better options," Pamela replied, showing her how to properly filter an infusion of orange blossoms. "And you have a natural talent for this work. Your sense of smell is quite refined." Under Pamela's guidance, Lily quickly mastered the fundamental techniques of perfumery. By the 3rd week, she was competently producing the standard products, bay rum, lavender water, rose toilet water, that formed the backbone of local sales, freeing Pamela to focus on developing the premium line for wider distribution. The workroom behind the shop underwent a transformation as well. New equipment arrived from Denver, a proper still for creating essential oils, precision scales, specialized filtration apparatus. The shelves were expanded to accommodate both the exotic ingredients Chad had gifted and the increased production materials needed for larger batches. Most significantly, the business name officially changed, with a new sign above the door reading Pamela's Fine Fragrances in elegant gold lettering. The rebranding reflected not just the legal incorporation, but the elevated quality and aspirations of the enterprise. Chad visited the shop almost daily during this period of expansion, offering advice when asked, but carefully avoiding any hint of overstepping the boundaries established in their agreement. His business experience proved invaluable as Pamela navigated the complexities of shipping arrangements, wholesale pricing, and marketing strategies for distant markets. The key is establishing relationships with reputable retailers who serve the clientele most likely to appreciate your premium products, he explained one afternoon as they reviewed potential outlets in Denver. Mrs. Winslow's dry goods won't do, but Halverston's department store caters to precisely the customers who would value handcrafted perfumes of exceptional quality. Pamela nodded, making notes in her ledger. And their location near the theater district ensures good foot traffic from wealthier patrons. Exactly. Chad's approval warmed her more than it should have. You have an excellent business mind to complement your creative talents. Such conversations had become the foundation of their evolving relationship. Respectful, intellectually engaging, and charged with an undercurrent of personal awareness that neither openly acknowledged. Their business partnership flourished even as something deeper grew alongside it, unspoken but increasingly evident to both them and the observant citizens of Redstone Ridge. The town's reaction to their association was largely positive. Most residents appreciated the economic benefits of a local business expanding beyond territorial markets, bringing attention and potentially visitors to their community. That the business was owned by a woman raised some eyebrows, but Chad's involvement lent it legitimacy in more traditional eyes. Quite a coup for Redstone Ridge, Sheriff Lawson commented to Pamela one day as she was preparing a shipment of perfumes for transport to Denver. Montgomery could have invested anywhere in the territory, but he recognized quality right here. The quality of the perfumes, you mean? Pamela responded, carefully packing a bottle of her new creation, Reverie, in protective straw. The sheriff's knowing smile suggested he meant more than that, but he merely tipped his hat and continued on his rounds. By the 6th week of their partnership, the first substantial orders began arriving from Denver. Chad had introduced Pamela's premium fragrances to his hotel contacts there, resulting in placement in 3 exclusive establishments frequented by wealthy travelers. The manager at the Grand Palace Hotel reports that all 6 bottles of Promise sold within 3 days, Chad announced one morning, entering the shop with a telegram in hand. He's requesting 24 more, plus samples of your other premium scents. The news sent a thrill of validation through Pamela. Her creations, the complex layered fragrances she'd developed using Chad's gift of exotic ingredients, were finding appreciation beyond Redstone Ridge, just as he had predicted. That's wonderful, she exclaimed, accepting the telegram with uncharacteristic excitement. Lily and I finished a new batch of Promise yesterday, and Reverie is aging nicely. We can ship both by week's end. Chad's smile reflected her enthusiasm. I never doubted their success. Your artistry deserves recognition far beyond this frontier town. The simple compliment, delivered with evident sincerity, brought color to Pamela's cheeks. Such moments had become increasingly common between them, genuine appreciation flowing naturally in both directions, creating a foundation of mutual respect that deepened with each interaction. Their growing closeness did not pass unnoticed in Redstone Ridge's close-knit community. Mrs. Thornton remarked to anyone who would listen that Mr. Montgomery calls daily at Pamela's shop, and not always on business, if you take my meaning. Sarah reported that the Ladies' Aid Society had begun discussing wedding possibilities, with opinions divided between a grand celebration in Denver and a more modest ceremony in the town church. Ridiculous, Pamela protested when Sarah shared this gossip. We've never even discussed anything beyond business matters. Sarah's skeptical expression spoke volumes. You've had dinner together at least weekly for over a month. He brings you books he thinks you'll enjoy. You created a cologne specifically for him. If that's nothing beyond business, I'm the Queen of England. Pamela couldn't entirely refute these observations. Their relationship had indeed evolved far beyond conventional business parameters, though neither had openly acknowledged the change. They shared meals regularly, discussed literature and philosophy as often as business strategies, and found increasing pleasure in each other's company. Yet neither had taken the decisive step toward declaring the feelings that simmered beneath their interactions. Chad maintained a careful respect for Pamela's independence, never presuming upon their growing closeness. Pamela, still harboring deep-seated fears of vulnerability, hesitated to acknowledge, even to herself, how central he had become to her happiness. The delicate balance of their unspoken attachment might have continued indefinitely had it not been for an unexpected encounter on a warm evening in late spring. Pamela and Chad had just emerged from the Silver Spoon after celebrating another successful shipment to Denver. The setting sun cast long shadows down Redstone Ridge's Main Street as they strolled toward her shop, discussing plans for expanding their reach to Salt Lake City. The Mormon community there includes wealthy merchants with Eastern connections, Chad was explaining. Many appreciate fine goods that remind them of the civilization they left behind. I could develop fragrances with particular appeal to that market, Pamela mused. Perhaps something incorporating local botanical elements from the territory? Their conversation halted abruptly when a figure emerged from the shadows near the saloon, a man whose once handsome features were now haggard, his clothing showing signs of hard travel and harder living. Davis Miller stood directly in their path, his gaze fixed on Pamela with an intensity that made her instinctively step closer to Chad. Well, well, Davis drawled, his voice slurred with whiskey, if it isn't Redstone Ridge's most successful businesswoman and her wealthy protector. Quite a convenient arrangement you found, Pamela. Chad's posture shifted subtly, placing himself slightly ahead of Pamela without obviously shielding her. Mr. Miller, I presume, he said, his tone civil but cool. I believe you were leaving town when I arrived. Davis ignored him, focusing on Pamela with bitter amusement. Didn't take you long to find a richer prospect, did it? And here I thought you were committed to independence. Or does that principle apply only to men without Montgomery's resources? The crude insinuation stung, but Pamela refused to show it. My business arrangements are no concern of yours, Davis. Nor are my personal association. Business arrangements? Davis repeated with a mocking laugh. Is that what they're calling it these days? Tell me, Montgomery, what was your invention? Chapter 6. The Territorial Fair. The morning of the Territorial Fair dawned clear and bright, the kind of perfect late spring day that seemed designed for celebration. Pamela stood amid carefully packed crates in her shop, reviewing her checklist one final time. The annual fair represented her most significant marketing opportunity of the year, a chance to introduce her expanded product line to potential customers from across the territory. I think that's everything, Lily said, tying a final ribbon around a display bottle of Promise. The new labels look beautiful against the crystal. Pamela nodded, satisfaction warming her as she surveyed their preparations. The past 2 months of partnership with Chad had transformed her modest perfumery into something she'd scarcely dared to imagine. Premium fragrances nestled in their custom-designed bottles, the elegant packaging with Pamela's fine fragrances embossed in gold leaf, the professionally printed catalogs for mail orders, all represented a business poised for growth beyond frontier boundaries. You've done marvelous work, Lily, she said, genuinely appreciative of her assistant's contributions. I couldn't have prepared all this without you. A gentle knock interrupted their final review. Pamela opened the shop door to find Chad standing beside a handsome black carriage, the matched pair of bay horses gleaming in the morning sunlight. Your transportation awaits, ladies, he said with a slight bow that somehow managed to be playful rather than pompous. I thought your display materials deserved more dignified conveyance than Harrison's delivery wagon. Pamela felt her cheeks warm at his thoughtfulness. That's very kind, but you didn't need to. I wanted to, Chad interrupted gently. Today is important for your business. Besides, these beauties need the exercise. He patted one of the horses, which tossed its head as if in agreement. With Chad's help, they carefully loaded the crates containing Pamela's display materials and product inventory. The carriage's generous proportions easily accommodated everything, with room remaining for the three of them to ride in comfort. "The Fairground Committee has placed you in an excellent location," Chad commented as they drove through Redstone Ridge's bustling streets, near the main exhibition hall, with good foot traffic, but away from the livestock areas. "How did you know where my booth would be?" Pamela asked, surprised. Chad's dimple appeared briefly. "I may have made a suggestion to the committee chairman when booth assignments were being decided." "Chad Montgomery," Pamela said, unable to suppress a smile despite her attempt at sternness, "are you using your influence to secure advantages for our business?" "For your business," he corrected, "and I merely pointed out that fine fragrances sell better when not competing with the aroma of prize hogs." Lily suppressed a giggle from her seat opposite them. Pamela had noticed her assistant watching their interactions with poorly concealed interest in recent weeks. Like most of Redstone Ridge, Lily clearly harbored opinions about the nature of their relationship. Opinions Pamela herself was only beginning to acknowledge might have merit. The fairgrounds sprawled across meadows at the edge of town, transformed from empty fields to a bustling temporary community. Colorful flags and bunting decorated the exhibition halls and performance areas. Farmers led livestock to judging pens, merchants arranged wares in rows of wooden booths, and early visitors wandered among food stalls, already sending savory aromas into the morning air. Chad drove directly to Pamela's assigned booth, a prime corner location near the main pathway. As promised, it offered excellent visibility while being situated far enough from the livestock exhibitions to protect delicate perfumes from competing scents. "This is perfect," Pamela exclaimed, surveying the space with a professional eye. "We'll have room for the full display and still maintain space for customers to approach the counter." The next hour passed in focused activity as they transformed the simple wooden booth into an elegant showcase for Pamela's fine fragrances. Chad proved surprisingly adept at construction, assembling the custom-designed display shelves he'd commissioned from Redstone Ridge's carpenter. Lily arranged the perfume bottles in an attractive array while Pamela prepared tester strips and sample vials. When complete, the booth stood out among its neighbors with understated elegance. A banner bearing the company name hung above, while the shelves displayed both the premium fragrances destined for Denver and San Francisco and the more affordable products that had built Pamela's local reputation. "It looks magnificent," Chad said, stepping back to admire their work. "A proper representation of the quality within those bottles." His sincere pride in her business warmed Pamela more than the spring sunshine. Before she could respond, the fairground bell rang, announcing the official opening of the day's festivities. "I'll leave you ladies to your customers," Chad said, collecting his jacket. "The judging committee requires my attention for the timber products competition." "You're a judge this year?" Pamela asked, recalling that Chad's primary business remained lumber despite his diverse investments. "Reluctantly drafted," he confirmed with a smile. "Apparently, my experience qualifies me to determine the finest fence posts and roof shingles in the territory." After he departed, Lily gave Pamela a meaningful look. "He's quite attentive for a mere business partner, Miss Johnson." "Mr. Montgomery takes all his investments seriously," Pamela replied, though she couldn't meet her assistant's knowing gaze. "Of course," Lily agreed, her tone suggesting she believed nothing of the sort. Further discussion became impossible as the first customers approached the booth. Within an hour, Pamela found herself too busy to think about Chad or the increasingly evident personal dimension of their relationship. Visitors crowded around her display, eager to sample the fragrances that had become the talk of the territory. "My sister in Denver wrote about your perfumes," a well-dressed woman from Cripple Creek informed her. "She purchased Promise at the Grand Palace Hotel and declared it finer than anything she'd found in New York." Such comments repeated throughout the morning, confirming the success of Pamela's expansion strategy. By noon, they had sold nearly half their inventory and collected dozens of addresses for mail order catalogs. The sun stood high overhead when Chad reappeared, carrying a basket and looking pleased with himself. "I thought you might appreciate some refreshment," he said, setting the basket on a small space at the end of the counter. "Neither of you has left this booth since opening." Pamela suddenly realized she was both thirsty and famished. "That's thoughtful of you," she said, genuinely grateful. "We've been busier than I expected." "I noticed." Chad's eyes held quiet pride as they swept over the depleted inventory. "Your success is apparent to everyone, including merchants from other towns. I've overheard several asking where your shop is located." The basket revealed an impressive lunch: cold chicken, fresh bread, cheese, and early strawberries, along with bottles of lemonade beaded with condensation. Lily insisted on attending the booth while Pamela ate, then took her own turn while Pamela resumed serving customers. Throughout the afternoon, Chad appeared periodically, sometimes staying to answer questions from male customers interested in his opinion of the cologne line, other times merely checking that Pamela had everything she needed. His attentiveness never crossed into interference. He clearly respected that this was her business triumph, but his quiet support provided a foundation that allowed her to shine. By late afternoon, Pamela had sold nearly all her inventory and was hoarse from explaining her products to interested visitors. Her feet ached from standing since dawn, and her cheeks hurt from maintaining a pleasant smile through hours of conversation. Chad appeared again as the crowd began to thin, exhibitors and visitors alike turning their attention to the evening entertainment portion of the fair. "You've been working since sunrise," he observed, noting her fatigue, despite her attempts to conceal it. "Surely Lily can manage the booth while you enjoy some of the fare yourself." Pamela hesitated, her sense of responsibility warring with the undeniable appeal of his suggestion. "There's still an hour before the exhibition hall closes, during which most visitors will be heading toward the dance pavilion and food stalls," Chad pointed out. "You've already achieved a remarkable day's business. Allow yourself to experience some of the celebration you've contributed to." Lily nodded eager agreement. "Please go, Ms. Johnson. I can easily handle any remaining customers. Most are just browsing now anyway." Finally convinced, Pamela untied her shop apron and smoothed her skirts. She had worn one of her better dresses for the fair, a deep blue calico with white trim that complemented her dark hair and fair complexion. Chad's appreciative glance as she emerged from behind the counter suggested the choice had been a good one. "Shall we?" He offered his arm, which she took with only momentary hesitation. As they strolled along the fairground paths, Pamela felt the day's tension gradually ease from her shoulders. Lanterns were being lit as dusk approached, casting a golden glow over the festivities. Children ran with hoops and ribbons, their excited voices blending with the calls of food vendors and game operators. "What would you like to see first?" Chad asked, his steps slowing to match her more leisurely pace. "The prize livestock, the craft exhibitions, or perhaps you'd prefer refreshment?" "All of it," Pamela replied, surprised by her own lightness of spirit. "I've been so focused on preparing my display that I've hardly attended the fair as a visitor these past years." Chad's smile held genuine pleasure at her enthusiasm. "Then we shall be thorough in our exploration." True to his word, he led her through the various exhibitions, pausing to admire prize-winning quilts and preserves, magnificent produce, and finely crafted furniture. They stopped at a shooting gallery where Chad's accurate aim won her a small china figurine of a bird. "A modest trophy," he said, placing the delicate object in her palm. "But perhaps a fitting memento of your success today." "It's charming," Pamela replied, genuinely touched by the small gift that represented not his wealth, but his personal effort. They sampled fair foods, fresh corn roasted over coals, honey candy, apple cider, and paused to watch children competing in sack races. Throughout it all, Chad maintained a proper distance while still conveying a sense of connection that was both thrilling and comforting. Pamela became increasingly aware of the glances directed their way, curious, speculative, and occasionally envious. They were being observed as a couple, she realized. Their business partnership now visibly evolved into something more personal in the eyes of the community. Strangely, the realization brought more satisfaction than concern. After weeks of maintaining a careful public formality despite their growing private connection, there was something liberating about this tacit acknowledgement of her attachment to Chad Montgomery. As darkness settled fully over the fairgrounds, the musicians in the dance pavilion struck up a lively tune. Couples were already forming sets for the first dance, their movements creating patterns of color against the lantern-lit platform. Chad paused, his gaze moving from the dancers to Pamela's face. Would you care to dance, or is it too presumptuous to ask after your long day? The question held genuine consideration for her comfort, with no hint of pressure. It was this consistent respect for her choices, Pamela realized, that had gradually dismantled her defenses against him. I'd like that, she said softly. His hand at the small of her back as he guided her toward the pavilion sent warmth spreading through her despite the light touch. They reached the edge of the dance floor just as the first number ended. The musicians paused briefly, then began a waltz, slower and more intimate than the opening reel. Chad led her onto the floor with natural grace. His hand settled at her waist, firm but respectful, as he guided her into the circular pattern of the dance. Pamela had danced with several men over the years, but never had she experienced such a sense of perfect coordination, as if they had been practicing together for years. You dance beautifully, Chad murmured, his voice pitched for her ears alone despite the surrounding couples. A generous assessment, Pamela replied. I've had little practice in recent years. Then it's natural grace rather than training, he said, smoothly guiding her through a turn. Like so many of your talents. The simple compliment brought color to her cheeks. Around them, other dancers moved in their own patterns, but Pamela found herself aware only of Chad, his steady hand at her waist, the subtle scent of sandalwood and cedar that she had come to associate with him, the warmth in his dark eyes as they held hers. They moved together through the music without speaking further, the silence between them more eloquent than words. Pamela realized with a mixture of wonder and trepidation that she had never felt so perfectly attuned to another person, so completely present in a shared moment. As the final notes of the waltz faded, they remained briefly still, neither eager to break the connection the dance had created. Then Chad's expression changed, a subtle hardening of his features as his gaze shifted to a point beyond her shoulder. What is it? Pamela asked, turning to follow his line of sight. Davis Miller stood at the edge of the dance floor, his unsteady posture and flushed face clearly indicating intoxication. His bitter gaze was fixed on them with unmistakable malice. Perhaps we should step outside, Chad suggested quietly. Get some fresh air. Before they could move, Davis pushed his way through the dispersing dancers toward them. Conversations around them faltered as people noticed the confrontation developing, creating a bubble of tense silence amid the fairground's continued revelry. Well, if it isn't Redstone Ridge's power couple, Davis slurred, stopping several paces away. The lady perfumer and her wealthy patron. Pamela felt her spine stiffen. Good evening, Davis, she said coolly, if you'll excuse us. Oh, I wouldn't dream of interrupting your public display, he continued, his voice rising. Tell me, Montgomery, did she mention our history when she was, negotiating your investment, or was that detail conveniently omitted? Chad's posture remained relaxed, though Pamela felt the subtle tension in his body beside hers. Mr. Miller, you appear to be unwell. Perhaps you should seek accommodations for the night. Davis ignored him, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Pamela. You've certainly traded up, darling. Much wealthier prospect this time. Tell me, does he know how quickly you replace men who've outlived their usefulness? The cruelty of the accusation, so at odds with the truth of her reluctance to form attachments after Davis's betrayal, struck Pamela like a physical blow. Around them, the remaining dancers had gone completely still, watching the scene unfold with uncomfortable fascination. That's enough, Chad said, his voice still controlled but carrying an unmistakable edge of warning. He positioned himself slightly before Pamela, not shielding her entirely, but presenting a barrier between her and Davis's increasing belligerence. I haven't even started, Davis retorted. Did you know she took everything when we separated? Gifts I'd given her over years together, valuable items she demanded back like some kind of settlement? Pamela found her voice, anger overcoming humiliation. Items purchased with my money, Davis. Money you claimed was invested in ventures that never existed. Several onlookers murmured at this revelation, their expressions shifting from curiosity to disapproval directed at Davis rather than Pamela. Davis's face darkened as he sensed the crowd's changing sentiment. You owe me, he said, desperation edging his tone. After all I did for you, the only person who owes anything is you, Pamela interrupted, her voice steady despite her inner turmoil. And you've already repaid part of what you took. I suggest you leave now, before you create a scene you'll regret when sober." For a moment it seemed he might retreat. Then, with the unpredictable rage of the deeply intoxicated, Davis lunged forward and grabbed Pamela's arm. "Don't you dare dismiss me, you ungrateful!" His words cut off as Chad moved, swift and decisive. Without obvious violence, but with unmistakable purpose, he broke Davis's grip and inserted himself fully between them. "You will not touch her," Chad stated, each word precisely enunciated despite his controlled tone. "You will not speak to her. You will leave now under your own power, or you will be assisted in that departure." Something in his manner, the absolute certainty of his authority, perhaps, or the controlled strength evident in his stance, penetrated Davis's alcohol-fogged mind. He took an unsteady step backward, belligerence wavering into uncertainty. Before the situation could escalate further, Sheriff Lawson appeared at the edge of the dance floor, his expression grim. "Everything all right here, folks?" "Mr. Miller was just leaving," Chad replied, his gaze not leaving Davis. "He appears to have celebrated the fair rather too enthusiastically." The sheriff nodded, moving forward to take Davis's arm firmly. "Come along, Miller. I think you've had enough excitement for one evening." "This isn't finished," Davis muttered, though the fight had largely drained from him. He allowed the sheriff to lead him away, his parting glance at Pamela a mixture of bitterness and something that might have been regret. As they disappeared into the crowd, the musicians hastily struck up another tune, attempting to dispel the uncomfortable atmosphere. Couples tentatively returned to the dance floor, though many cast curious glances toward Pamela and Chad. "Are you all right?" Chad asked quietly, his attention fully returned to her. "Did he hurt you?" "No," Pamela said, though she rubbed her arm where Davis's fingers had dug in. "Just my pride, perhaps." Chad's expression darkened. "I should have intervened sooner." "You handled it perfectly," Pamela assured him, without creating a worse scene. She glanced around at the still watching fairgoers. "Though I fear we've provided enough gossip for a month of Sundays. Would you like to leave?" Chad asked, his concern evident. "I can take you home." Pamela hesitated only briefly before nodding. The joy had gone out of the evening, replaced by a hollow feeling in her chest. "Yes, please." They made their way back to her booth, where Lily was already packing away the few remaining items. Chad explained briefly that they were departing, without detailing the unpleasant encounter. Lily's concerned glance suggested she had already heard something of the confrontation, but she asked no questions as they loaded the carriage. The return journey to Redstone Ridge began in silence, the rhythmic sound of hooves and carriage wheels the only accompaniment to Pamela's troubled thoughts. The lantern hanging from the carriage frame cast just enough light to illuminate their faces, creating a private world amid the gathering night. "I'm sorry," Chad said finally, his voice low. "Your triumph today deserved a better conclusion." "It wasn't your fault," Pamela replied, staring at her hands folded in her lap. "Davis's bitterness is his own creation." "True, but I regret that it touched you." Chad guided the horses around a bend in the road, his profile strong against the starlit sky. "You deserved only celebration today." The simple kindness in his tone threatened to undo Pamela's composure. She had maintained her dignity throughout the public confrontation, but now, in the privacy of the carriage, with only Chad as witness, she felt the full weight of the humiliation Davis had intended. They reached the outskirts of town, the scattered lights of Redstone Ridge appearing like earthbound stars. When they pulled up before her shop, Chad set the brake and turned to her, his expression troubled in the lantern light. "Would you care to sit outside for a while?" he asked. "The night is mild, and perhaps the stars might provide better company than immediate solitude." The invitation, so gentle and understanding, breached the wall of composure Pamela had maintained since Davis's appearance. She nodded, not trusting her voice. Chad helped her down from the carriage, his touch careful as if she might shatter. He secured the horses to the hitching post, then joined her on the simple bench outside her shop. The street was quiet at this hour, most residents either still at the fairgrounds or already retired for the night. Above them, the vast canopy of stars spread from horizon to horizon, brilliant in the clear mountain air. For several minutes they sat in companionable silence, shoulders not quite touching, the space between them charged with unspoken emotions. I'm so angry, Pamela said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. Not just at Davis, but at myself for allowing his words to affect me, for caring what others might think. It's human to care, Chad replied. We all wish to be thought well of, especially by those whose opinion we value. But it shouldn't matter, she insisted. I know the truth, you know the truth. Why should I care what Davis Miller insinuates to people who mean nothing to me? Chad considered this, his profile thoughtful against the star-filled sky. Perhaps because untruths, when publicly spoken, create their own reality, if not contradicted. They become the story people believe, regardless of facts. Yes, Pamela agreed, recognizing the insight. Exactly that. He attempted to rewrite our history, to cast me as mercenary when he was the one who took advantage. She turned slightly toward Chad. Did you know he asked me for money the very day I ended our relationship? After losing $5,000 in his non-existent mine? I suspected something of the sort, Chad admitted. Your reaction when I first proposed investing in your business suggested previous unhappy experiences with financial entanglements. He nearly ruined me, Pamela said softly. Not just financially, but my belief in my own judgment. I swore I'd never again allow a man such power over my future. She looked up at Chad, suddenly vulnerable. Until you. The simple admission hung between them, more revealing than any previous exchange. Chad's expression softened, his eyes reflecting starlight and something deeper, more personal. I've had my own experience with public scandal, he said after a moment. After Elizabeth died, rumors circulated that I had driven her to exhaustion with unreasonable demands, contributing to her death in childbirth. Pamela drew in a sharp breath. That's monstrous. It was untrue, Chad continued. But in my grief, I lacked the strength to combat the whispers. They followed me for years, surfacing whenever I attempted to establish myself in a new community. Is that why you left Mississippi? Pamela asked, understanding dawning. Chad nodded. Partly. The war had already destroyed much of what I knew. The rumors made rebuilding there impossible. His gaze held hers steadily. I learned that time reveals truth more effectively than protest. Those who matter will see clearly eventually. And those who don't matter shouldn't command our distress, Pamela concluded, something tight in her chest easing at this shared understanding. Precisely. They sat in silence again, but the quality of it had changed. Deeper, more intimate, a silence of connection rather than separation. Pamela became acutely aware of Chad beside her, solid and dependable, his shoulder now lightly touching hers as they sat beneath the star-strewn sky. When he finally spoke again, his voice was different, softer, less certain than she had ever heard it. Pamela, she turned toward him, her name on his lips creating a current of awareness between them. In the silvery starlight, his expression held a vulnerability that mirrored her own, a question he seemed unable to voice. Slowly, hesitantly, Chad raised his hand to her face, his fingers gentle against her cheek. Pamela held perfectly still, her breath suspended as his touch traced the curve of her jaw with infinite care. May I? He whispered, a question that encompassed far more than the immediate moment. Instead of answering, Pamela leaned forward slightly, closing the distance between them in silent permission. His lips touched hers with unexpected gentleness, a kiss so tender it might have been a question rather than a statement. For an instant, Pamela remained motionless, overwhelmed by the sensation and its significance. Then, with a small sound that might have been surrender or discovery, she responded, her hand rising to rest against his chest as the kiss deepened. What began as tentativeness quickly transformed into something neither had fully anticipated. Years of guarded emotions, of careful distance maintained despite growing feelings, dissolved in the connection between them. Pamela felt herself drawn closer, Chad's arms encircling her with protective strength, even as his kiss conveyed a passion she had never experienced. The intensity of her own response startled her. This was no tepid affection, no calculation of advantage, but something elemental and overwhelming, a recognition that transcended conscious choice. It was this very power that finally caused Pamela to draw back, breathless and shaken. The depth of her feelings for Chad, so clearly revealed in that kiss, terrified her with its potential for both joy and devastation. Chad did not attempt to pull her back, though his eyes reflected a similar struggle between desire and restraint. His hand remained at her waist, neither possessive nor retreating. "I've wanted to do that since the moment I saw you in your aunt's garden," he admitted, his voice husky. "Even when I was dismissive? When I rejected your declaration that you would marry me?" Pamela asked, still struggling to regain her equilibrium. "Especially then," Chad replied, a smile touching his lips. "Your independence, your unwillingness to be charmed by flattery, these were as attractive as your beauty." The compliment brought warmth to Pamela's cheeks, visible even in the starlight. "I was so determined not to be affected by you." "I noticed," Chad said, genuine amusement in his tone. "It was a novel experience for me." Pamela found herself smiling despite the tumult of emotions within her. "I'm glad to have provided that service at least." Their shared laughter eased the intensity of the moment, allowing them both to regain some composure without retreating from the significance of what had occurred between them. "It's late," Chad said finally, though his reluctance was evident. "You should rest after such a day." Pamela nodded, knowing he was right, yet equally unwilling to end their time together. The kiss had changed something fundamental between them, crossing a threshold that could not be unmarked. Chad stood, offering his hand to help her rise. When she was standing, he did not immediately release her, but instead raised her fingers to his lips in a gesture reminiscent of their first dinner together. Yet now, imbued with entirely new meaning. "May I call on you tomorrow?" he asked, his tone making it clear this would be no business visit. "Yes," Pamela replied simply, no longer inclined to pretend her interest was purely professional. "Until then." Chad released her hand reluctantly. "Good night, Pamela." "Good night," she whispered, watching as he returned to the carriage. As the vehicle pulled away, the sound of wheels and hooves gradually fading into the night, Pamela remained on the boardwalk outside her shop. Her fingertips rose unconsciously to her lips, still sensitized from his kiss, as the full impact of the evening's developments washed over her. Davis's bitter accusations, intended to wound, had instead catalyzed a moment of profound connection. In sharing their separate experiences with public judgment, they had discovered a deeper understanding. And in that understanding, something carefully held at bay for weeks had finally found expression. Pamela wrapped her arms around herself, not from cold, but from the overwhelming awareness of her own vulnerability. To love was to risk pain. She knew this truth from bitter experience. Yet in this moment, beneath a sky brilliant with stars, the possibility of joy seemed worth that risk. Tomorrow would bring questions, considerations, the practical realities of what a relationship with Chad might mean for her carefully constructed independence. But tonight, standing on the threshold of something both frightening and exhilarating, Pamela allowed herself to simply feel the wonder of discovering that her heart, so long guarded, remained capable of profound emotion. And for now, that was enough. Pamela's hands moved automatically through the familiar morning ritual of opening her shop, unlocking the door, turning the sign to open, arranging the front display of toilet waters that had proven popular with her regular customers. But her mind remained fixed on the previous evening, on starlight and the feel of Chad's lips against hers, on the surprising intensity of a connection she had fought against for so long. The memory brought warmth to her cheeks and a distracted smile that she couldn't quite suppress. Twice, she nearly knocked over a bottle of bay rum while rearranging the men's cologne display, and once she caught herself staring out the window toward the Cattleman's Hotel, wondering if Chad was awake yet. "Good morning, Miss Johnson," Mrs. Thornton said, entering the shop with a knowing smile that suggested Pamela wasn't hiding her distraction as well as she might have hoped. "You're certainly bright-aimed this morning. The fair must have been most enjoyable." "Good morning, Mrs. Thornton," Pamela replied, attempting to regain her usual composure. "Yes, the fair was quite successful for the business. Our new premium fragrances attracted considerable interest." "I'm sure they did," Mrs. Thornton remarked, her tone conveying she was referring to more than perfume sales. "Though I heard the evening's events became somewhat dramatic." Of course she had heard. By now, most of Redstone Ridge likely knew about Davis's confrontation and subsequent removal by the sheriff. Pamela wondered how much else they knew. if any eagle-eyed resident had noticed her and Chad sitting together beneath the stars afterward, sharing that momentous first kiss. Unfortunately, Mr. Miller created a brief disturbance, Pamela acknowledged, keeping her tone neutral. Sheriff Lawson handled the matter efficiently. Indeed. Mrs. Thornton examined a bottle of rose water with unconvincing interest. I also heard that Mr. Montgomery was most attentive throughout the day. Such a gentleman escorting you home afterward. Pamela busied herself with straightening already perfectly aligned bottles. Mr. Montgomery has been very supportive of the business expansion. Oh, I'm certain his interest extends well beyond business, Mrs. Thornton said with barely concealed delight at being the first to broach the subject directly. A man doesn't purchase buildings and invest thousands in a lady's enterprise without personal feelings involved. Before Pamela could formulate a response that wouldn't further fuel town gossip, the bell above the door chimed again. Sarah entered, her knowing expression suggesting she too had come for more than the hand cream she occasionally purchased. "Good morning, ladies," Sarah greeted them cheerfully. "Mrs. Thornton, how lovely to see you. I've just finished altering your daughter's Sunday dress. Perhaps you might stop by this afternoon to collect it?" The gentle hint was not lost on the older woman, who reluctantly concluded her perfume shopping and departed with a final meaningful glance at Pamela. "Thank you," Pamela said after the door closed behind Mrs. Thornton. "I wasn't prepared for quite so direct an interrogation first thing this morning. Better get used to it," Sarah advised, moving behind the counter to speak more privately. "You and Chad Montgomery dancing together at the fair, then leaving hastily after that scene with Davis. It's all anyone's talking about this morning." Pamela sighed, returning to her task of organizing the day's display. "I suppose I should have expected that." "Never mind the gossips," Sarah said, leaning forward eagerly. "Tell me everything. How was the fair? What happened with Davis? And most importantly, why are you practically glowing this morning despite the public confrontation?" Pamela glanced around the empty shop, then met her friend's curious gaze. "Davis was drunk and bitter, making insinuations about my relationship with Chad being financially motivated. It was humiliating, but Chad handled it with remarkable composure." "And afterward?" Sarah pressed, clearly sensing there was more to the story. Pamela felt heat rise to her cheeks again. "Chad drove me home. We sat outside the shop for a while, talking." "Just talking?" Sarah's raised eyebrow spoke volumes. "He kissed me," Pamela admitted in a whisper, the words sending a fresh wave of wonder through her. "Or perhaps we kissed each other. I'm not entirely sure who moved first." Sarah's delighted gasp was loud enough to make Pamela glance anxiously toward the door. "I knew it. For weeks I've watched you two circling each other with those longing glances and professional discussions. It was only a matter of time." "It shouldn't have happened," Pamela said, though without conviction. "Our relationship is meant to be strictly business." "Nonsense," Sarah declared. "That ship sailed weeks ago, and you know it. The entire town knows it, for that matter." She studied Pamela's face more closely. "But you have reservations. I can see it in your eyes." Pamela moved to adjust perfume bottles that needed no adjustment, avoiding her friend's perceptive gaze. "It's complicated. The business partnership—" "Has nothing to do with your hesitation," Sarah interrupted gently. "This is about your father and Davis, isn't it? About trusting a man with your heart again?" The simple observation, so accurately targeted, made Pamela's hands still on the counter. How could it not be? My father abandoned us for his real family after 15 years of marriage. Davis nearly destroyed everything I built with his deceptions. She looked up, meeting Sarah's concerned eyes. "How can I be certain Chad is different?" "Because he is different," Sarah said firmly, "in every way that matters. Your father hid his true nature behind charm. Chad has been forthright about his intentions from the beginning. Davis manipulated you for financial gain. Chad invested in your business with terms that prioritized your independence." "I know that rationally," Pamela admitted, "but the fear remains." "Of course it does," Sarah said with unexpected gentleness. "Wounds like yours don't heal overnight. But at some point you must decide whether protecting yourself from potential pain is worth sacrificing potential joy." Before Pamela could respond, the shop bell jangled again. This time it was a young boy from the telegraph office holding an envelope. "Delivery for Miss Johnson," he announced importantly. "Just arrived this morning." Pamela thanked him with a penny, then examined the envelope. "It's from my mother," she said, recognizing Martha's handwriting. "I wrote to her about the business expansion after Chad and I formalized our partnership. I should have expected a response." Breaking the seal, she unfolded several closely written pages covered in her mother's distinctive flowing script. As she read, her expression shifted from interest to exasperation. "What does she say?" Sarah asked, watching these changing emotions. "Ostensibly, she's congratulating me on the business expansion," Pamela replied dryly. But most of the letter consists of thinly veiled inquiries about Chad's background, prospects, and intentions toward me. She read aloud from the middle of the second page. "While I naturally applaud your commercial success, my dear, I cannot help wondering about Mr. Montgomery's personal interest in your enterprise. A man of his standing and resources does not typically involve himself in a young lady's business without harboring hopes of a more permanent connection. Has he made his intentions clear? If so, we must discuss preparations immediately. Aunt Judith knows a remarkable dressmaker in Denver who created Eliza's wedding gown." Sarah laughed as Pamela broke off, shaking her head in disbelief. "Your mother doesn't waste time, does she?" "It's not amusing," Pamela protested, though her lips twitched reluctantly. "One kiss and she's already planning wedding arrangements, as if I've been waiting helplessly for a man to rescue me from the burden of independence." "To be fair, your mother doesn't know about the kiss," Sarah pointed out reasonably, "though she's clearly observed the same things everyone else has about you and Chad." Pamela refolded the letter with a sigh. "I'll need to respond carefully. The last thing I want is Mother arriving unannounced with fabric swatches and a list of suitable ceremony locations." Though she spoke lightly, the letter had unsettled her more than she cared to admit, not because of her mother's presumption — Martha had been attempting to marry Pamela off since she was 18, but because it forced her to confront questions she wasn't yet ready to answer. What were Chad's intentions beyond their business partnership and the single kiss they'd shared? And more importantly, what were her own? After Sarah departed, Pamela retreated to her workroom, seeking the familiar comfort of her craft. The process of creating perfumes had always centered her, the precise measurements and careful blending requiring a focus that left little room for other concerns. Almost without conscious decision, she found herself selecting ingredients that reminded her of Chad: cedar and sandalwood for his natural scent, bergamot for his clarity of thought, a hint of leather and tobacco for masculinity, and beneath it all, an unexpected note of vanilla that spoke of kindness and warmth. The cologne took shape beneath her skilled hands, a fragrance both sophisticated and approachable, complex yet harmonious. As she set it aside to mature, Pamela realized she had created something unique in her collection. A scent inspired not by abstract concepts or market demands, but by her genuine feelings for a specific person. The recognition both thrilled and frightened her. Like the kiss they'd shared, this cologne represented a step into unfamiliar territory, an acknowledgement of emotions she had long denied herself the freedom to feel. The afternoon brought a welcome distraction from these unsettling reflections. At precisely 2:00, Chad arrived at the shop, accompanied by Mr. Hargrove, a buyer from Dunwood's department store in Denver. The establishment catered to Denver's wealthiest citizens and visitors, making it precisely the market Pamela had hoped to penetrate with her premium fragrances. "Miss Johnson," Chad greeted her with perfect professional courtesy, though his eyes held a warmth visible only to her. "May I present Mr. Elias Hargrove, senior buyer for Dunwood's perfumery department. Mr. Hargrove, this is Miss Pamela Johnson, proprietor of Pamela's Fine Fragrances."
"Miss Johnson."
Hargrove's nod was cordial but reserved, his expression betraying skepticism about a woman-owned perfumery in a frontier town. He was perhaps 50. "Mr. Montgomery speaks very highly of your products. I've come to determine if they meet Dunwood's exacting standards." "I'm confident they will," Pamela replied, refusing to be intimidated by his manner. "Would you care to see our workshop before examining the products themselves? Understanding our methods often provides context for appreciating the quality of the results." Hargrove's eyebrows rose slightly at her confident approach. That would be acceptable. Pamela led them through to the workroom, which had been meticulously prepared for this visit. The expanded facilities gleamed with cleanliness, the precision instruments and organized ingredients presenting a picture of professional competence that clearly surprised their visitor. "You distill your own essential oils?" Hargrove asked, examining the copper still with newfound interest. "For certain botanicals, yes," Pamela confirmed. "Local wildflowers and herbs often yield more distinctive notes than imported oils. For more exotic elements, jasmine, sandalwood, ambergris, we source from the finest suppliers in Europe and Asia." She proceeded to explain her creation process from initial concept to final formulation, her knowledge and passion increasingly evident as she spoke. Hargrove's skepticism visibly faded, replaced by reluctant admiration for her expertise. Throughout this explanation, Chad remained quietly supportive, occasionally adding context about supply chains or marketing approaches, but never interrupting or attempting to speak for her. His presence provided ballast without overshadowing her authority, a balance Pamela found herself profoundly appreciating. When they returned to the shop, Pamela presented her premium line for Hargrove's assessment: Promise, Reverie, and Transformation, each in its elegant crystal bottle with the gold-embossed label. "These are our signature fragrances," she explained, preparing testing strips. "Each is formulated as a true perfume rather than a cologne or toilet water, with carefully balanced top, middle, and base notes that evolve on the skin over time." Hargrove examined each offering with increasing interest, his professional reserve gradually giving way to genuine approval. "The Promise is particularly remarkable," he admitted after testing all three. "I detect jasmine and rose, certainly, but there's something else. Something distinctive. Orange blossom and a hint of amber," Pamela confirmed. "The combination creates a warmth that balances the floral elements." The buyer nodded thoughtfully. "And these have sold well at the Grand Palace Hotel, I understand?" "They've exceeded expectations," Chad confirmed. Their initial order of 6 bottles sold out within 3 days, leading to a repeat order triple the size. Hargrove set down the testing strips and regarded Pamela with new respect. "Dunwood's clients are discerning, Miss Johnson. They purchase Parisian perfumes without regard to cost, seeking only quality and exclusivity. Your creations, particularly Promise and Reverie, appear to meet that standard. I believe we could begin with a modest order to test receptivity. What quantity would you consider appropriate?" Pamela asked, maintaining her professional demeanor despite the excitement building within her. Placement in Dunwood's would represent a significant milestone for her business. 2 dozen of each fragrance to start," Hargrove replied, "with the understanding that we may increase substantially if they perform well." It was a larger initial order than Pamela had dared hope for, representing both substantial immediate income and potential for ongoing business. "That would be excellent," she said. "We can deliver within 2 weeks if that timing suits your needs." They discussed specifics of pricing, delivery arrangements, and display recommendations, with Chad occasionally offering insights from his broader business experience that strengthened Pamela's position without undermining her authority. By the time Hargrove departed an hour later, they had secured not just an order, but the foundation of what promised to be a valuable ongoing relationship. As the door closed behind the buyer, Pamela turned to Chad, professional composure giving way to unrestrained delight. "Dunwood's, I never imagined they would place such a substantial first order." "They recognized quality when they encountered it," Chad replied, his own pleasure evident. "As I knew they would." The joy of the moment overwhelmed considerations of propriety or restraint. Chad stepped forward, drawing Pamela into an embrace that conveyed shared triumph and deeper emotions beyond professional satisfaction. Without hesitation, she raised her face to his, hearts racing with excitement that had as much to do with their connection as with business success. This second kiss held none of the tentative exploration of their first. Pamela abandoned the caution that had characterized her response the previous night, allowing herself to fully experience the warmth and strength of Chad's arms around her, the tenderness and passion in his kiss. For perhaps the first time in her adult life, she permitted herself to act from feeling rather than careful consideration, to embrace joy without calculating potential consequences. When they finally drew apart, both slightly breathless, Pamela made no attempt to create distance between them. Chad's arms remained around her waist, her hands resting lightly on his shoulders, their foreheads nearly touching as they shared this moment of perfect understanding. "I've been thinking about doing that again since last night," Chad admitted softly, his voice husky. "So have I," Pamela confessed, the admission both frightening and liberating. The shop bells jangling shattered the intimate moment. They stepped apart hastily as Lily returned from her lunch break, her eyes widening at the scene she had clearly interrupted. "I'm sorry, Miss Johnson. Mr. Montgomery," she stammered, a blush rising to her cheeks. "I didn't mean to. That is, I can come back later if—" "Not at all, Lily," Pamela interjected, acutely aware of her own flushed face and the knowing smile the young woman was trying to suppress. "You're right on time. Mr. Hargrove from Dunwoods has just placed a significant order that we'll need to begin preparing immediately." "Dunwoods in Denver?" Lily's eyes grew even wider, professional excitement temporarily overriding her awareness of the personal situation she'd interrupted. "That's wonderful news." "Indeed it is," Chad agreed. His composure recovered, though his eyes still held warmth when they met Pamela's. A testament to Miss Johnson's exceptional products and business acumen. Pamela busied herself with gathering the testing strips and samples, grateful for the distraction of practical tasks. "We'll need to begin production tomorrow," she said, her professional tone at odds with the lingering awareness of Chad's kiss, 24 each of promise and reverie for delivery within 2 weeks. "I'll prepare the workroom," Lily offered, still smiling as she headed toward the back of the shop. When they were alone again, Chad turned to Pamela with undisguised tenderness. "I should let you return to your work, but perhaps you would join me for dinner this evening? To celebrate this success properly?" "I'd like that," Pamela replied, no longer inclined to pretend her interest was purely professional. Chad's smile deepened, revealing the dimple that had once annoyed her, with its charm and now simply charmed her. 7 o'clock? At the Silver Spoon? 7 it is, she agreed. As he departed with a slight bow that conveyed both respect and affection, Pamela found herself watching his retreating figure with emotions she had long denied herself permission to feel. Joy, anticipation, connection, and beneath them, yes, still fear. Fear of vulnerability, of potential loss, of repeating painful patterns. But for the first time, the joy seemed to outweigh the fear. The shadows of her past, her father's abandonment, Davis's betrayal, no longer seemed to determine her future. Perhaps Sarah was right. Perhaps it was time to risk potential pain for the chance at something she had never truly allowed herself to seek. Happiness with someone who saw and valued her exactly as she was. With that thought warming her heart, Pamela returned to the workroom to begin preparations for Dunwood's order, the taste of Chad's kiss still lingering on her lips, and the promise of evening brightening the afternoon hours ahead. Chapter 7. Truths Revealed. The county courthouse stood like a sentinel at the end of Redstone Ridge's main street, its red brick and white columns an attempt at Eastern dignity amid the frontier town's more practical wooden structures. Pamela arrived early for her appointment with Harriet, the spring sunshine warm on her shoulders as she climbed the broad stone steps. Inside, the high-ceilinged corridor echoed with footsteps and muffled voices from behind closed doors. Harriet had asked Pamela to meet her outside Judge Willoughby's chambers, where they would discuss the progress of her case against Davis. Though the thrill of the previous day's business success and her deepening connection with Chad still warmed her, Pamela had not forgotten her determination to hold Davis accountable for his financial deceptions. The polished wooden bench outside the judge's office was empty. Pamela settled herself to wait, smoothing her skirts and removing her gloves. Harriet was typically punctual, but the complexities of legal work sometimes created unavoidable delays. From around the corner came the sound of male voices, lowered but still audible in the hard-surfaced corridor. "Montgomery's case will be heard next Tuesday," one said. "Property dispute with the Simmons brothers over that timber tract west of town." "Should be straightforward enough," replied a second voice. "Man doesn't make the kind of investments he has without ensuring his legal standing." Pamela stiffened at the mention of Chad's name, though there was nothing unusual about his business affairs being discussed at the courthouse. As a major property owner in the region, he naturally had legal matters to attend to. "Shrewd businessman," the first voice continued. "Been that way since Mississippi, from what I hear. His first marriage set him up proper, plantation heiress with more land than sense." Pamela's hands stilled in her lap. She knew Chad had been married before, He had spoken of Elizabeth's death in childbirth, but he had never mentioned she was a plantation heiress. Tragic how she died, the second clerk remarked, though some said it was convenient timing, what with the war coming and property being seized. As a widower with an interest through marriage, he managed to protect some assets that might otherwise have been confiscated. That so? The first voice held new interest. I'd heard rumors he married for position and money, but not that part. Just talk, mind you, the second voice cautioned. Though it's curious how a man with modest beginnings acquired such wealth so quickly after the war, when most Southerners lost everything. My cousin from Natchez says Montgomery was known for his ambition long before he headed west. Well, he's certainly ambitious here, the first clerk chuckled. Property, timber rights, now courting the prettiest businesswoman in the territory. Man knows what he wants and how to get it. Their voices faded as they moved further down the corridor, leaving Pamela rigid on the bench, her thoughts in turmoil. Married for position and money, the phrase echoed in her mind, awakening painful memories of her father's similar choices. Though her mother had truly loved him, John Johnson had viewed their marriage as a convenient arrangement, a respectable frontier wife to manage his household while he pursued business opportunities, easily abandoned when his real family in Virginia beckoned. Pamela, are you ill? Harriet's concerned voice broke through her distressing reflections. Pamela looked up to find her friend studying her with a lawyer's perceptive gaze. I'm fine, she managed, though her voice lacked conviction. Clearly not, Harriet replied, settling beside her on the bench. You're pale as linen, and I called your name twice before you heard me. For a moment, Pamela considered dismissing her concerns, unwilling to repeat courthouse gossip, but Harriet's steady presence and genuine concern overcame her reluctance. I overheard the clerks talking about Chad, she admitted quietly, about his first marriage. Harriet's expression sharpened with interest. And what did these paragons of accurate information have to say? Despite her distress, Pamela appreciated her friend's skeptical tone. That he married a plantation heiress for money and position. That her death was conveniently timed with regard to property that might otherwise have been seized during the war. I see. Harriet's tone was carefully neutral. And you're troubled by this because? Because it reminds me of my father, Pamela confessed, the words painful to speak aloud. He married my mother for convenience rather than love, then abandoned us when a better opportunity presented itself. Harriet considered this, her practical nature evident in her measured response. Courthouse gossip is notoriously unreliable, Pamela. I've heard dozens of inaccurate tales about my own life and practices within these walls, many of them wildly contradictory. I know, Pamela sighed, and Chad has spoken of his late wife with genuine sorrow, but he never mentioned she was wealthy or that their marriage united properties. Perhaps because it wasn't relevant to your conversations, Harriet suggested reasonably. Or perhaps because a man's first marriage isn't something he immediately discusses with a woman he's courting. Pamela felt heat rise to her cheeks at the word courting, though she couldn't deny the accuracy of the term. You think I'm overreacting? I think you're filtering what you heard through the lens of your past experiences, Harriet corrected gently, which is natural but not always accurate. Before drawing conclusions, you might consider asking Chad directly about his first marriage. His response will tell you far more than courthouse speculation. Pamela nodded, recognizing the wisdom in her friend's advice. You're right, of course. I usually am, Harriet replied with a hint of humor. It's what makes me an effective attorney. Now, shall we discuss the actual reason for our meeting? Judge Willoughby has reviewed the documentation for your case against Davis and believes we have sufficient grounds to proceed with a formal complaint. They moved into the judge's now vacant chambers, where Harriet explained the legal process that would follow. Though Pamela tried to focus on the details of her case against Davis, her thoughts continually strayed to the clerk's conversation and its unsettling implications for her relationship with Chad. If his first marriage had indeed been one of convenience rather than affection, did that suggest a pattern? Could his interest in her, both business and personal, be similarly calculated? The shipping contracts he'd secured for her products, the connections with prestigious retailers, even his investment in her business. Perhaps these were not gestures of support, but strategic moves by a man known for his ambition. Pamela, Harriet's voice broke through her troubled thoughts once more. Have you heard anything I've said in the past 5 minutes? I'm sorry, Pamela apologized, forcing her attention back to the legal matters at hand. You were explaining the deposition process. Harriet studied her for a long moment. The case against Davis can wait if you have more pressing concerns. Legal proceedings move at their own glacial pace regardless. No, Pamela said, straightening her shoulders. Davis's actions deserve consequences, regardless of what else might be happening in my life. They continued their discussion, Pamela making a determined effort to focus on the legal details Harriet outlined. By the end of their meeting, she had a clearer understanding of the case's potential progression, but no resolution to her personal concerns. As they left the courthouse together, Harriet paused on the broad stone steps. Whatever you may have heard today, remember that people are rarely as simple as rumor would paint them. Chad Montgomery has demonstrated his character through consistent actions since arriving in Redstone Ridge. Judge him by what you've observed yourself, not by whispers in a courthouse corridor. I'll try, Pamela promised, though uncertainty still clouded her thoughts. The walk back to her shop did little to settle her mind. Spring had brought Redstone Ridge to vibrant life. Wildflowers bloomed in vacant lots, trees had leafed out in fresh green, birds called from newly built nests. Yet Pamela barely noticed these signs of renewal, her thoughts circling endlessly around what she had heard. She had begun to trust Chad, to believe that perhaps not all men were like her father or Davis. Their kisses had awakened feelings she had long denied herself, creating a vision of possibilities beyond her solitary pursuit of business success. Now that fragile trust wavered, shadowed by echoes of past betrayals. By the time she reached her shop, Pamela had resolved to speak directly with Chad about what she'd heard. Whatever the truth of his past, she deserved honesty before allowing her heart to become further engaged. The opportunity came sooner than she expected. A messenger arrived mid-afternoon with a note written in Chad's bold hand, inviting her to a private dinner in his hotel suite that evening. To continue our celebration of the Dunwoods contract, the note explained, though Pamela suspected his intentions extended beyond business recognition. She penned a brief acceptance, then spent the remainder of the afternoon in distracted attempts at productivity. The cologne she had created with Chad in mind sat on her workbench, nearly complete but requiring final adjustments. She found herself unable to focus on it, her earlier joy in the creation now tainted by doubt. At 7 o'clock, Pamela presented herself at the Cattleman's Hotel, her appearance carefully considered. She had chosen a dinner dress of deep green silk, formal enough for the occasion but not overly elaborate. Her hair was arranged in a simple but elegant style, with a single pearl comb as her only adornment. The hotel clerk directed her to the second floor, where the establishment's finest suite occupied the corner with views of both the main street and the distant mountains. When she knocked, Chad himself opened the door rather than the hotel staff she had expected. "Pamela," he greeted her, his smile warm and genuine. "Thank you for coming." The suite had been transformed for the evening. A table draped in white linen stood near the windows, set with fine china and crystal that must have been brought specially for the occasion. Candles in silver holders cast a soft glow over the elegant arrangement, while a small vase of early wildflowers provided a touch of natural beauty. "This is lovely," Pamela said, genuinely impressed despite her inner turmoil, though rather more elaborate than our usual business dinners. "Because it isn't merely a business dinner," Chad replied, his directness a quality she had always appreciated. He held her chair as she seated herself, then took his place across from her. "Though the Dunwoods contract certainly merits celebration, I had hoped for a more personal evening." A waiter appeared from an adjoining room, serving the first course with professional efficiency before withdrawing and closing the door behind him. The meal had clearly been planned with care, each dish expertly prepared and elegantly presented. Under normal circumstances, Pamela would have found the intimate setting romantic, even enchanting, but the courthouse conversation weighed heavily on her mind, making her uncharacteristically quiet as she responded to Chad's questions about her day. Her reserve did not go unnoticed. As the main course was cleared away, Chad studied her, with concern evident in his dark eyes. "Something's troubling you," he observed. "Has something happened since yesterday?" Pamela set down her wine glass, meeting his gaze directly. Sarah and Harriet were right about one thing. Circling her concerns would resolve nothing. Only direct questions would provide the answers she needed. "I was at the courthouse today," she began, her voice steadier than she felt, "meeting with Harriet about my case against Davis." Chad nodded encouragingly, waiting for her to continue. "While I was waiting, I overheard two clerks discussing you," Pamela continued, watching his expression closely. "Specifically, your first marriage." A flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by attentive interest. "I see. And what did these clerks have to say that troubled you?" "They suggested your marriage to Elizabeth was arranged for financial advantage," Pamela said directly. "That she was a plantation heiress and the union was one of convenience rather than affection." Chad was silent for a moment, his expression thoughtful rather than defensive or angry as she might have expected. "And this concerns you because of your own father's similar choices?" he said finally, his perception catching her off guard. "Yes," Pamela admitted, somewhat startled by his understanding. "Though also because you've never mentioned these aspects of your first marriage." "You're right," Chad acknowledged. "I haven't spoken of the circumstances of my marriage to Elizabeth in any detail. Perhaps I should have." He leaned back slightly in his chair, his manner open rather than guarded. "What would you like to know, Pamela?" The simple question, offered without defensiveness, gave her pause. She had prepared for denials or justifications, not this straightforward willingness to discuss his past. "Was it true?" she asked. "Was your marriage arranged for financial and social advantage?" "Yes," Chad answered without hesitation. "In essence, it was. Elizabeth was the daughter of James Harrington, a successful timber broker who had married into one of Natchez' oldest families. My father owned land rich in pine but lacked the connections to market it advantageously. The marriage united complementary business interests." The confirmation of what she had overheard sent a chill through Pamela despite the warm evening. It was too similar to what she had learned of her own father's calculations in choosing a frontier wife. "So it was a business arrangement," she said, unable to keep a note of disappointment from her voice. "Initially, yes," Chad agreed. "Though not only that. Elizabeth and I had known each other since childhood. There was mutual respect and friendship between us, if not the kind of passion one reads about in novels." "And did you come to love her?" Pamela asked, needing to understand the full truth. Chad considered the question with the thoughtfulness it deserved. "We developed a deep affection for each other over our 3 years together," he said finally. "A partnership based on shared goals and genuine care. Was it the consuming love of romance stories? No, but it was real, and her loss was devastating." His honesty, while admirable, confirmed Pamela's fears rather than alleviating them. A marriage of convenience, based more on practical considerations than deep affection. It mirrored her father's approach too closely for comfort. "I see," she said, her tone cooler than before. "And the timing of her death? The clerk suggested it was somehow convenient regarding property that might otherwise have been seized during the war." At this, Chad's expression darkened slightly. "That rumor is not only false but deeply offensive," he said, a rare edge entering his voice. "Elizabeth died bringing our son into the world, a tragedy that nearly destroyed me. That anyone would suggest I somehow benefited from her death." He shook his head, evident pain in his eyes. "Some gossip doesn't deserve acknowledgement." Pamela immediately regretted repeating this part of what she'd overheard. Whatever else might be true about Chad's first marriage, his grief for Elizabeth was clearly genuine. "I'm sorry," she said softly. "I shouldn't have repeated that." "No, it's better that you did," Chad replied, his composure returning. Better to address such rumors directly than allow them to fester unspoken. He reached across the table, his hand covering hers. "Pamela, what troubles you most about what you've learned?" The gentle question broke through her carefully maintained reserve. That your first marriage was based on practical considerations rather than love, she admitted. Because it reminds me too much of my father's approach to marriage as a strategic alliance rather than a commitment of the heart. Understanding dawned in Chad's eyes. And you fear I might view our relationship in similar terms? The thought has occurred to me, Pamela acknowledged, withdrawing her hand from beneath his. You've invested in my business, you've arranged contracts and connections that benefit me commercially. Perhaps your personal interest follows the same pattern of strategic advantage. For the first time that evening, genuine hurt flashed across Chad's features. Is that truly what you believe? That my feelings for you are calculated for business advantage? I don't know what to believe, Pamela replied honestly. I only know that I've been deceived before by men who presented themselves as something they weren't. My father appeared to love my mother for 15 years before revealing his true priorities. Davis seemed genuinely interested in my success until I discovered he was using me for financial gain. And now you fear I'm another variation of the same pattern, Chad concluded, his voice quiet. I fear being vulnerable again, Pamela corrected, allowing myself to care for someone whose true motivations I don't fully understand. A heavy silence fell between them, broken only by the distant sounds of the hotel's other occupants and the occasional passage of a wagon in the street below. The candles had burned lower, their golden light softening the growing distance between them. I can't prove my intentions with words alone, Chad said finally. Only time and consistent actions can demonstrate the truth of what I feel for you. He met her gaze directly. But I can tell you this, Pamela, what exists between us bears no resemblance to my marriage with Elizabeth. That was a union of practical compatibility, entered into with clear eyes and modest expectations by both parties. He paused, something vulnerable entering his expression. What I feel for you took me entirely by surprise. I didn't come to Redstone Ridge seeking a woman to love. I came on business. I certainly didn't expect to meet someone who would challenge, fascinate, and eventually capture my heart despite her determined efforts to maintain professional distance. The simple sincerity in his voice made Pamela's chest tighten with conflicting emotion. She wanted desperately to believe him, to trust that what they were building together was genuine rather than calculated. Yet the shadows of past betrayals loomed large, made more substantial by what she had learned of his first marriage. I need time, she said finally, to think about what you've told me, to determine what it means for whatever exists between us. Something like resignation crossed Chad's face, though he nodded in acceptance. Of course, I would never rush you into comfort with something that clearly troubles you so deeply. The remainder of their dinner passed in stilted conversation, the easy connection they had enjoyed previously now strained by the weight of revelations and unresolved questions. When the meal concluded, Chad escorted Pamela to the door of his suite, maintaining a respectful distance that reflected her emotional withdrawal. Thank you for your honesty, she said, as she prepared to leave, even though the truth wasn't what I hoped to hear. Truth is rarely simple or entirely comfortable, Chad replied, but it's the only foundation worth building upon. As Pamela made her way down the hotel stairs and out into the cool evening air, his words echoed in her mind. Truth wasn't simple, not about his past, and not about her own feelings for him, which remained powerful despite the doubts that now shadowed them. The walk back to her shop gave her time to sort through the complex emotions the evening had generated. Disappointment that Chad's first marriage had indeed been one of practical arrangement rather than deep affection. Fear that his interest in her might follow a similar pattern of calculated advantage. Yet beneath these concerns lay something else. An awareness that his honesty, even when it confirmed her fears, demonstrated an integrity that neither her father nor Davis had possessed. Her father had hidden his real family for years, presenting a false version of himself to Pamela and her mother. Davis had concealed his financial manipulations beneath charm and false promises. Chad, by contrast, had answered her direct questions with uncomfortable truths rather than comforting lies. As she unlocked her shop door and climbed the stairs to her apartment, Pamela realized the decision before her was not simple. She could protect herself from potential hurt by drawing back from their deepening relationship, focusing solely on their business partnership. Or she could risk vulnerability by believing that Chad's feelings for her were genuine, despite his practical approach to his first marriage. Neither choice offered certainty, both contained the possibility of regret, and as Pamela prepared for bed, her thoughts still churning with conflicting emotions, she knew only that the path forward would require courage, regardless of which direction she chose. "Would you care for a ride before I take you home?" Chad asked as they stepped out of the hotel into the cool evening air. "The night is too beautiful to end our evening so soon." Pamela hesitated, torn between the desire for solitude to process her troubled thoughts and the undeniable pull she still felt toward this man, despite her misgivings. Above them, the sky had deepened to indigo, stars emerging like scattered diamonds across the vast expanse. "A short one, perhaps," she conceded. Chad's carriage waited nearby, the matched bay horses standing patiently in their harnesses. He handed her up into the seat with the same gentle courtesy he always showed, then gathered the reins and clicked softly to the horses. They moved away from the hotel at an unhurried pace, hooves muffled against the packed dirt of Redstone Ridge's main street. Neither spoke as they passed the darkened storefronts and scattered houses of the sleeping town. The silence between them was heavy with unspoken thoughts. The easy camaraderie they had developed over previous weeks replaced by a tension that seemed almost tangible. Pamela kept her gaze fixed on the road ahead, though she remained acutely aware of Chad beside her. His straight posture, his capable hands on the reins, the subtle scent of sandalwood and cedar that she had come to associate with him. The cologne she had created in his honor remained unfinished on her workbench, a symbol of her conflicted feelings. They passed the town limits, leaving behind the last scattered dwellings of Redstone Ridge. The landscape opened around them, rolling meadows silvered by starlight stretching toward distant mountains that loomed like dark sentinels against the night sky. Only the rhythmic creak of the carriage and the soft thud of hooves broke the vast silence. After perhaps a mile, Chad guided the horses off the main road onto a gentler track that led toward a stand of cottonwoods near a small creek. He brought the carriage to a stop in a natural clearing, where the trees' pale trunks gleamed ghostly in the starlight. "I've always found the night sky in the west humbling," he said, his voice quiet in the stillness. "In Mississippi, the trees obscure much of the heavens. Here, a person can feel properly small beneath such vastness." Pamela raised her eyes to the glittering canopy above. "I used to watch the stars with my mother after my father left," she said, the memory surfacing unexpectedly. "She said they were constant when nothing else was." Chad turned slightly toward her, his expression difficult to read in the darkness. "Pamela, why are you pulling away from me?" The directness of the question caught her off guard, though it shouldn't have. Blunt honesty had always been one of his qualities she most valued. "I'm afraid," she admitted, the words emerging before she could consider them. "Of me? Or of what exists between us?" "Both." "Neither." Pamela shook her head, frustrated by her inability to articulate the complex emotions churning within her. Of history repeating itself, of trusting and being betrayed again. Chad remained silent, waiting for her to continue rather than rushing to reassure her. This patience, this willingness to let her express her fears without immediately dismissing them, loosened something tightly wound within her chest. "My father was a Southern gentleman, like you," she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. "Charming, educated, ambitious. My mother adored him from the moment they met in Richmond, where her family had business interests. He painted such a compelling picture of opportunity in the Colorado Territory that she agreed to marry him and move west, leaving behind everything familiar. The night air had grown cooler, or perhaps it was the memories that sent a chill through her. Chad silently removed his coat and draped it around her shoulders, the gesture so natural that Pamela accepted it without protest. For 15 years, she believed they had a genuine marriage, she continued, drawing the coat more tightly around herself. She supported his business ventures, kept his home, raised his daughter. We weren't wealthy, but comfortable enough. I remember being happy. The admission hurt, acknowledging that her childhood had contained genuine joy before it was shattered. Chad remained silent, though he had shifted to face her more fully, his attention unwavering. Then a letter arrived from Virginia. Pamela's voice caught, the pain of that day still sharp despite the years that had passed. From his wife, His real wife, as he later called her. They had 3 children I had never known existed. The woman had somehow discovered his Western arrangement and threatened to expose him to her influential family if he didn't return immediately. She closed her eyes, the memories flooding back with painful clarity. Her mother's face as she read the letter. The terrible silence that had fallen over their home. The cold efficiency with which her father had packed his belongings. He left the next day, Pamela said, surprised to find tears slipping down her cheeks. Told my mother that their marriage had never been legally valid, that she had been a convenient frontier arrangement while he established business connections in the territory. He took nearly everything of value from our home and left us without so much as $1 for the next month's rent. Chad's hand moved as if to reach for hers, then hesitated. "What did you do?" he asked, his voice gentle but controlled. "What women without men must always do," Pamela replied, wiping at her tears with an impatient gesture. "We survived. Mother had always been skilled with a needle. She took in sewing at first, then secured a position as seamstress to several wealthy families in Denver. I left school to work as a shop assistant. The next part was harder to speak aloud, the part she rarely shared with anyone. The worst wasn't the poverty or the humiliation, she confessed. It was realizing that 15 years of what I had believed was love had been nothing but calculation on his part, that a man could present one face to his family while harboring entirely different truths beneath. Understanding dawned in Chad's expression, visible even in the dim starlight, and when you learned my first marriage was arranged for practical advantages, it awakened all those old fears, Pamela confirmed. That history might be repeating itself, that I might be blinded by feelings for a man whose true priorities lie elsewhere. The tears came faster now, years of carefully controlled emotion finally breaking free. Pamela turned her face away, ashamed of this display, after maintaining such rigid self-possession for so long. Chad reached out, then taking her hands in his. The warmth of his touch anchored her as the long-suppressed grief and fear washed through her. "My father was a plain-spoken man of modest means," he said after her tears had subsided somewhat. "He worked his small timber tract with his own hands, alongside the few men he employed. When I was 16, he caught a wealthy timber broker attempting to cheat a neighboring farmer by using false measurements for logs purchased. Though exposing the fraud cost him a valuable business connection, he did so without hesitation." Chad's thumbs traced gentle circles on the backs of her hands as he continued. "When I asked him why he would risk financial loss to protect someone else's interests, he told me something I've never forgotten. He said, 'A man's character isn't measured by what he does when the choice is easy, but by the choices he makes when something of value is at stake.' The simple wisdom of these words hung in the night air between them. Pamela found herself studying Chad's face, the strong lines illuminated by starlight, searching for any trace of deception or calculation. "My marriage to Elizabeth was indeed arranged to unite complementary business interests," Chad acknowledged. "But I never presented it as something it wasn't. She understood the nature of our union from the beginning, as did I. There was honesty between us, if not passionate love." His gaze held Pamela's steadily. "I have never in my life maintained 2 separate existences or presented myself as something I am not. Whatever else you may doubt about me, Pamela, know that the man before you is genuine in both his intentions and his feelings." The quiet certainty in his voice reached something deep within her, a place that yearned to believe, to trust, despite all the protective barriers she had erected around her heart. "I want to believe you," she whispered. "But I've been wrong before about men I thought I knew." "Then don't base your judgment on words alone," Chad replied. "Observe my actions over time. Test the consistency between what I say and what I do. A man's true nature reveals itself not in grand declarations, but in daily choices." It was perhaps the most honest response he could have offered, not demanding immediate trust, but acknowledging that trust must be earned through demonstrated integrity. Pamela felt something tight within her chest loosen slightly, though her fears were far from banished. "Thank you," she said simply, "for listening, for understanding rather than dismissing my concerns." Chad squeezed her hands gently before releasing them. "Thank you for sharing what clearly still causes you pain. It helps me understand your caution, which once puzzled me. They sat in silence for several moments. The tension between them transformed into something quieter, more thoughtful. The night sounds surrounded them. The soft nickering of the horses, the rustle of leaves in the cottonwoods, the distant call of a night bird. Eventually, Chad gathered the reins. We should return. The hour grows late. The ride back to town carried none of the strained silence of their outward journey. Though they spoke little, the quality of their shared quietness had changed. A companionable peace rather than unspoken tension. Pamela found herself watching the familiar landmarks of Redstone Ridge appear with a strange mixture of emotions. Lingering sorrow from revisiting painful memories, relief at having finally shared her deepest fears, and a cautious hope that perhaps her past need not dictate her future. When they reached her shop, Chad helped her down from the carriage with the same gentle courtesy he had always shown. As her feet touched the ground, she realized she was still wearing his coat and began to remove it. "Keep it for now," he said, stopping her with a light touch. "The night has grown cool." Their eyes met in the dim light from the street lamp, and something passed between them, an acknowledgement of both the distance they had traveled this evening and the journey still ahead. "Good night, Pamela," Chad said softly. "Thank you for your honesty." "Good night," she replied, suddenly reluctant to part despite the emotional exhaustion that weighed on her. She stood on the boardwalk, watching as his carriage disappeared down the quiet street. Only then did she realize she had made no mention of returning his coat, and he had not asked for it back. A small, tangible connection that would remain between them even after this evening ended. "I must return to my ranch," Chad announced the next morning, standing in her shop just after she had opened for the day. "There's an urgent matter with the spring cattle drive that requires my personal attention." Pamela looked up from the inventory she had been reviewing, her heart giving an unexpected lurch at his words. After the emotional revelations of the previous night, she had half expected him to maintain a cautious distance. Instead, he had appeared at her door with the sunrise, his expression containing none of the awkwardness she had feared. "Your ranch," she repeated, suddenly realizing how little she knew of his life beyond Redstone Ridge. "Of course, you have responsibilities beyond our business partnership. I expect to be gone for at least 2 weeks," Chad continued, his gaze steady on hers. "But I'll write when circumstances allow. The spring drive is always unpredictable, especially with the late rains we've had this year." Pamela nodded, experiencing a confusing mixture of emotions. Part of her felt relief at the prospect of time and distance to sort through her feelings without his compelling presence. Another part, stronger than she might have expected, felt sharp disappointment at the thought of 2 weeks without seeing him. "When do you leave?" she asked, keeping her tone casual. "Within the hour." "The foreman sent word that several hundred head have already been moved from the winter pastures. I need to be there before they reach the north boundary." His imminent departure created an unexpected urgency between them. Pamela moved out from behind the counter, uncertain what to say or how to part after the intimacy of their conversation the previous night. "I hope your business concludes successfully," she said formally, then winced at the stiffness of her own words. Chad's smile held understanding rather than offense. "As do I. The ranch has prospered these past years, but it still requires attention, particularly during the spring drive." They stood facing each other in the morning light that streamed through the shop windows, neither quite ready to say goodbye yet, unable to find the right words to bridge the remaining distance between them. "Pamela," Chad said finally, his voice gentler. "Last night changed nothing about my feelings for you. If anything, understanding the source of your caution has only deepened my admiration for the woman you've become despite such betrayal." The simple honesty of his statement touched her deeply. "Thank you," she replied, her own voice softer than before. "Your understanding means more than I can express." Chad stepped forward then, closing the distance between them with deliberate care. "May I?" he asked, his intention clear in his eyes. Instead of answering, Pamela moved into his embrace, allowing herself the comfort of his arms around her, despite the uncertainties that still clouded their future. He held her carefully, as if she were something precious that might break or flee if handled too roughly. The embrace lasted only moments before they separated, both aware of the propriety required by their public location. Yet in those brief seconds, Pamela had felt something she had rarely experienced in her adult life: a sense of safety that came not from isolation or self-protection, but from being truly seen and accepted. "All right," Chad promised again as he prepared to leave, "and I'll return as soon as my business allows." "I'll be here," Pamela replied simply. "We have orders to fulfill and a business to run." His smile suggested he understood that her reference to their shared enterprise was, in its way, an acknowledgement of the deeper connection developing between them. After he had gone, Pamela found herself standing in the center of her shop, still wearing the light shawl she had grabbed that morning without thinking, not his coat, which lay carefully folded across a chair in her apartment upstairs. She had considered returning it as they parted, but had held back, wanting to maintain that small connection during their separation. The day passed in a blur of routine tasks that failed to fully engage her restless mind. By evening, she had thrown herself into work with almost desperate intensity, focusing on the Dunwoods order that needed to be completed within the next 10 days. The precision required for measuring and blending her premium fragrances provided a welcome distraction from thoughts of Chad and the uncertainties that surrounded their relationship. Days passed in similar fashion. Pamela maintained a grueling schedule, arriving at her shop before dawn to work on formulations and staying late into the evening to complete the increasingly complex bookkeeping her expanded business required. Lily commented more than once on her unusual intensity, but Pamela deflected her assistant's gentle inquiries with references to upcoming deadlines. On the fourth day, the first letter arrived, a thick envelope addressed in Chad's bold, distinctive hand. Pamela waited until evening to open it, carrying it upstairs to her apartment where she could read it in privacy. The letter began with descriptions of his journey and the ranch itself, a substantial property with vast grasslands ideal for cattle, bordered by pine forests that connected to his timber interests. He wrote vividly of the landscape, painting pictures of mountains framed against clear blue skies and meadows filled with spring wildflowers. But it was the second part of the letter that caught at Pamela's heart. "I find my thoughts turning to you in quiet moments between responsibilities here. Our conversation beneath the stars remains with me, your courage in sharing painful truths a reminder of the remarkable woman you are. I hope that time and distance provide the perspective you need, though I confess selfish disappointment at being separated from your company. Know that whatever conclusions you reach about our future, personal or professional, I remain dedicated to the success of your business and the promises I have made regarding our partnership. Some matters transcend personal feelings, and my commitment to our business agreement is absolute, regardless of how you ultimately view the possibility of deeper connection between us. With sincere regard, Chad." The careful separation of their business relationship from personal possibilities struck Pamela as particularly meaningful. Unlike Davis, who had entangled financial matters with romantic overtures until they became inseparable, Chad had clearly delineated the boundaries of their partnership. Their business arrangement would stand, regardless of her decision about more personal involvement, a guarantee of her continued independence that spoke volumes about his respect for her priorities. 3 more letters arrived over subsequent days, each revealing more of Chad's life at the ranch and his thoughts about their time together. Unlike her father's correspondence, which had been filled with grand plans and vague promises, Chad wrote of concrete realities, the challenges of managing a large cattle operation, his concern for the men who worked for him, his plans for improving the ranch house to make it more comfortable. Pamela found herself reading and rereading these letters in the evenings, her initial wariness gradually giving way to appreciation for his consistent honesty. There were no grand declarations of undying passion, no attempts to pressure or persuade her toward a particular decision. Instead, each letter simply shared his thoughts and experiences while acknowledging the importance of her own process of reflection. Yet, for all the comfort his words brought, Pamela remained troubled by nagging doubts that she couldn't quite dismiss. The shadow of her father's betrayal was long, and the parallels between Chad's arranged first marriage and her father's calculated choices could not be entirely ignored. Though her heart increasingly yearned to trust the connection developing between them, her mind remained cautious, determined not to repeat her mother's mistakes. 10 days into Chad's absence, Pamela found herself accepting an invitation to afternoon tea with Harriet and Sarah. The Dunwoods order had been completed and shipped the previous day, creating a rare break in her frantic work schedule. Though she had initially intended to use the time to catch up on other business matters, the prospect of friendly company and a change of scenery proved too tempting to resist. Harriet's home reflected its owner's practical, no-nonsense nature. Comfortably furnished but without excessive ornamentation, books lining the walls of the small parlor where they gathered, Sarah had brought freshly baked scones, which paired perfectly with Harriet's excellent tea. For the first half hour, their conversation remained carefully neutral, touching on town news, the success of the territorial fair, and Pamela's expanding business. But as the teapot emptied and the afternoon light mellowed, the discussion turned inevitably to more personal matters. "You've received several letters from the ranch, I understand," Sarah commented, her tone casual, though her eyes held genuine concern. "Billy at the post office mentioned deliveries for you nearly every other day." "The benefits of small-town living," Pamela replied dryly. "Privacy non-existent, correspondence noted and tallied." "Only by those who care about your happiness," Sarah defended mildly. "And you haven't precisely been forthcoming about how you're managing during Chad's absence." Harriet set down her teacup with the decisive motion that often preceded her most direct statements in court. "You've been working yourself to exhaustion, if Lily's reports are accurate. Arriving before dawn, leaving well after dark, barely stopping for meals." "The Dunwoods order required my full attention," Pamela protested, though she knew her friends would see through the partial truth. "The order was completed yesterday," Harriet pointed out. "Yet here you sit, shadows beneath your eyes, fingers stained with essences despite obvious attempts to scrub them clean. This isn't merely about fulfilling business obligations." Pamela sighed, recognizing the futility of deflection with women who knew her so well. "I'm trying to sort through complicated feelings. Work provides clarity when my thoughts become too tangled." "Complicated feelings about Chad," Sarah stated, rather than asked. "Yes," Pamela admitted, "about Chad, about myself, about what I truly want versus what I fear." "And what do you fear most?" Harriet inquired, her tone gentler than her usual prosecutorial manner. The question penetrated directly to the heart of Pamela's turmoil. "Making my mother's mistake," she said after a moment's consideration. "Giving my heart to a man who seems genuinely caring, only to discover too late that practical considerations outweigh genuine attachment." "You're not your mother," Sarah said firmly. "You've built a successful business through your own talents. You have financial independence she never achieved. You've already proven yourself far more cautious in matters of the heart." "Perhaps too cautious," Harriet suggested, her gray eyes perceptive. "It seems to me you're looking for reasons to reject Chad rather than giving him a fair chance." The observation stung because it contained an uncomfortable element of truth. "I'm being prudent," Pamela protested. "His first marriage was arranged for business advantage, just as my father's marriages were calculated for maximum benefit." "Yet he told you this himself, did he not?" Harriet countered. "Rather than hiding it or presenting a more palatable version of events, yes," Pamela conceded. "He's been consistently honest, even when the truth isn't flattering. Unlike your father, who maintained a deliberate deception for 15 years, Sarah pointed out. Or Davis, who concealed his financial schemes beneath charm and false promises." Harriet leaned forward slightly, her expression intent. "What truly frightens you about Chad, Pamela, beyond these surface similarities to your father?" The direct question bypassed Pamela's carefully constructed rationalizations, forcing her to confront the deeper fear she had been avoiding. "That loving him might mean losing myself," she admitted, the words barely above a whisper, "and that I might become so attached that my independence, everything I've built, would become secondary to his wishes, his life." Understanding dawned in Sarah's eyes. "You fear becoming dependent, as your mother was." "Yes," Pamela acknowledged. "When my father left, she had nothing of her own, no money, no property, no means of support. Her entire existence had been constructed around his needs and preferences. I swore I would never allow myself such vulnerability. Yet, you've already established a very different foundation, Harriet observed. Your business exists independent of Chad. Your partnership agreement explicitly protects your creative and operational control. You've maintained separate finances and living arrangements despite your growing personal connection. The right partnership enhances rather than diminishes both people, Sarah added gently. From what I've seen, Chad values precisely the qualities that make you independent. Your business acumen, your creative talent, your determination. Why would he want to diminish what he admires? The question gave Pamela pause. It was true that Chad had consistently supported her autonomy, from the careful terms of their business agreement to his respect for her need to process her feelings without pressure during his absence. Perhaps the question isn't whether you can trust Chad, Harriet suggested, but whether you can trust yourself to maintain your identity within a relationship. Your business success has proven your strength. You won't be easily controlled or diminished unless you choose to be. And from what I've observed of Chad Montgomery, Sarah added, he's seeking a partner, not a dependent. He has wealth enough to have married a dozen women who would happily subsume their identities to his, yet he's pursued you, perhaps the most stubbornly independent woman in the territory. A reluctant smile tugged at Pamela's lips. I'm not certain that was intended as a compliment. It absolutely was, Sarah assured her with a grin. Stubborn independence is precisely what attracts a man of substance. Weak men seek compliant women. Strong men seek equals. As their conversation continued, Pamela found herself considering her friend's perspectives with growing thoughtfulness. Perhaps her fear of repeating her mother's mistakes had created a different kind of vulnerability, an unwillingness to risk genuine connection with a man who might truly value her for exactly who she was. After tea concluded and she had thanked her friends for both their hospitality and their insights, Pamela walked slowly back to her shop through the late afternoon sunshine. The town bustled with its usual activities, merchants closing for the day, children playing in the streets, workers heading home for supper. Normal life continuing, while she had been caught in an internal struggle that suddenly seemed both significant and somewhat self-created. Back in her apartment, Pamela retrieved Chad's letters from the drawer where she had carefully stored them. Reading them again with fresh eyes, she noticed elements she had previously overlooked in her focused search for warning signs. His consistent respect for her autonomy, his willingness to give her space to reach her own conclusions, his transparent sharing of both his life at the ranch and his thoughts about their relationship. Unlike her father's letters, which had been filled with self-aggrandizement and vague promises, Chad's correspondence revealed a man grounded in reality, honest about both his circumstances and his feelings. There was no attempt to present himself as flawless or his life as more grand than it was, simply the words of a man sharing his thoughts with a woman he respected enough to show his true self. As twilight settled over Redstone Ridge, Pamela sat beside her window with the letters in her lap, a new clarity gradually emerging from her weeks of confusion. Her fear, not Chad, had been the primary obstacle to moving forward. Fear born of past wounds, certainly, but fear nonetheless, keeping her safe from potential hurt while also preventing potential joy. The realization didn't banish all her concerns or guarantee a perfect outcome, but it offered a different perspective on the choice before her. Continue allowing fear to dictate her decisions, or trust both Chad and herself enough to explore what might develop between them. For a woman who had built a business on calculated risks and confident decisions, the answer was suddenly, surprisingly clear. Pamela held the small glass bottle to the lamp, scrutinizing the amber liquid within for any imperfections. Finding none, she carefully placed a cork stopper in the neck and added it to the wooden crate that already contained 24 identical bottles of promise. The Dunwoods order was larger than any she had previously fulfilled, and the exacting standards of Denver's finest department store required meticulous attention to every detail. The Mantel clock in her workroom chimed 10, its soft tones a reminder of the late hour. She had been working since dawn, determined to complete the shipment ahead of schedule despite Lily's absence with a mild fever. The solitude suited her mood these past 2 weeks, allowing her mind to drift between concentrated work and thoughts of Chad's letters, now numbering 7 and stored carefully in the drawer of her bedside table. His last correspondence had indicated he would return to Redstone Ridge within the week, a deliberately vague timeframe that had left Pamela simultaneously anticipating and dreading his arrival. During their separation, she had gradually recognized the truth in her friend's observations, that her fears reflected her own past wounds more than any genuine fault in Chad's character. Yet, acknowledging this truth intellectually was far simpler than surrendering the emotional barriers she had maintained for so long. The sound of carriage wheels on the street outside barely registered as Pamela reached for another bottle, checking its seal. Likely some late traveler arriving at the Cattleman's Hotel, or perhaps the supply delivery from Denver that had been expected earlier in the day. She made a mental note to check with the freight office in the morning if the supplies didn't arrive tonight. The jasmine oil was essential for completing the remaining portion of the Dunwood's order. When a knock sounded at the shop door, Pamela sighed and set down her work. If it was indeed the freight delivery, she would need to sign for the shipment despite the late hour. Wiping her hands on her apron, she moved through the darkened shop, lamp in hand, and unlocked the door. Chad Montgomery stood on her threshold, hat in hand, his tall figure silhouetted against the night sky. The light from her lamp revealed signs of hard travel. Dust on his clothing, a shadow of stubble on his jaw, weariness around his eyes. Yet those eyes brightened at the sight of her, warming with an emotion that made Pamela's heart skip in a most disconcerting fashion. "Good evening, Pamela," he said, his voice carrying the same quiet strength she had come to associate with him. "I hope the hour isn't too late for a call." For a moment, she could only stare, the carefully composed greeting she had rehearsed for his eventual return completely forgotten. "Chad," she managed finally. "I wasn't expecting you tonight. The business concluded more swiftly than anticipated," he replied. "I rode ahead of the herd to—" He paused, then continued with simple honesty that was so characteristic of him. "To return to you." The words hung between them, weighted with meaning beyond their simplicity. Not to Redstone Ridge, not to their business, but to her specifically. Pamela felt warmth rise to her cheeks as she recognized the deliberate choice in his phrasing. "Please, come in," she said, stepping back from the doorway. "You must be exhausted from your journey." Chad entered the shop, removing his hat as he crossed the threshold. In the lamplight, Pamela could see more clearly the signs of hasty travel, the way his usually immaculate clothing bore the dust of the trail, how his dark hair fell across his forehead without its usual precise arrangement. "You've been working late," he observed, glancing toward the illuminated workroom visible through the back doorway. "The Dunwood's order," Pamela explained, self-consciously tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. She was suddenly, acutely aware of her own appearance. Work aprons splattered with various essences, sleeves rolled to the elbows, hair escaping its pins after hours bent over her work table. "It's nearly complete, just a few final touches remaining." An awkward silence fell between them, so unlike the easy conversation they had developed over their months of acquaintance. They stood facing each other in the dim shop, both clearly having things to say, yet uncertain how to begin after 2 weeks of separation and the emotional revelations that had preceded it. "Your letters," Pamela began, just as Chad said, "I've thought—" They both stopped, shared a small smile at the awkward moment, then Chad gestured for her to continue. "Your letters were most welcome," Pamela said, choosing her words carefully. "They helped me understand better both you and your life beyond Redstone Ridge." "I'm glad," Chad replied. "I found myself wishing you could see the ranch firsthand." The descriptions felt inadequate to capture its beauty. Another silence, less awkward but heavy with unspoken feelings. "I've reached some conclusions during these weeks," Pamela said finally, her heart beating faster with the weight of what she needed to express. "About my fears and about—" The shop door suddenly opened, the bell jangling with unexpected vigor. Lily burst in, her face flushed with excitement rather than the fever that had kept her home the previous day. "Miss Johnson, the delivery from Denver has arrived, and you'll never believe—" She stopped abruptly, registering Chad's presence. "Mr. Montgomery, you've returned." The moment between Pamela and Chad dissolved like morning mist in sunshine, leaving behind only the awareness of what remained unspoken. "Good evening, Miss Barnes," Chad greeted Lily with unfailing courtesy despite the interruption. "I trust you're feeling better?" "Much better, thank you, sir." Lily replied, her gaze darting between them with poorly concealed curiosity. The supply wagon is outside. The driver said they made better time than expected. I'll help bring in the crates, Chad offered immediately, moving toward the door with the natural efficiency that characterized his actions. For the next half hour, conversation remained focused on practical matters, as Chad and the freight driver carried in wooden crates of supplies, while Pamela and Lily checked each against the shipping manifest. The jasmine oil from India had arrived intact, along with new crystal bottles from Denver and the special packaging materials designed for the premium fragrances. When the last crate had been placed in the storeroom and the freight driver departed with his signed receipt, Chad lingered by the shop door, clearly reluctant to leave, yet aware of the late hour and proprieties that must be observed. "May I call on you tomorrow?" he asked, his direct gaze meeting Pamela's. "Perhaps before the shop opens, when we might speak without interruption?" "I'd like that," Pamela replied, surprised by how easily the admission came after weeks of uncertainty. "I open at 9, but I'm usually here by 7 to prepare for the day." "Then I'll come at 7:30, Chad said, his expression lightening. "Until tomorrow, Pamela." After he had gone, Pamela found herself standing motionless in the center of her shop, the events of the evening swimming in her mind. Chad had ridden ahead of his cattle drive, specifically to return to her sooner. The knowledge sent a warm current through her veins, despite her lingering caution. "He certainly didn't waste any time coming to see you," Lily observed, breaking Pamela's reverie. The young woman's expression held nothing but genuine happiness for her employer. "And he looked at you the way my Henry used to look at me, like you're the most precious thing he's ever seen." Pamela felt heat rise to her cheeks at the frank assessment. "Mr. Montgomery and I have business matters to discuss," she said, though without real conviction. Lily's knowing smile suggested she saw through the feeble excuse but was too polite to contradict her employer directly. "Of course, Miss Johnson. Will you need my help finishing the crating tonight?" "No, it's late," Pamela replied, suddenly aware of her own exhaustion. "The remaining bottles can wait until morning. We've made excellent progress today." After Lily departed, Pamela climbed the stairs to her apartment, her mind too full for immediate sleep despite her tired body. She moved to the small dresser where Chad's letters were stored and withdrew them, reading again the words that had gradually reshaped her understanding of both him and her own fears. Tomorrow would bring a conversation she had simultaneously longed for and dreaded, one that would likely determine the course of her future. As she finally prepared for bed, Pamela realized with startling clarity that she had indeed reached a crossroads. The path she chose would depend not on Chad's words, but on her own willingness to risk her carefully guarded heart. The morning dawned clear and mild, with the fresh crispness that characterized spring in the Colorado Territory before the summer heat arrived. Pamela had risen earlier than usual, taking special care with her appearance, while telling herself it was merely professional pride rather than personal vanity that guided her choices. She had selected a walking dress of deep blue that complemented her eyes, with a white lace collar that softened the otherwise practical garment. Her dark hair was arranged in a simple but elegant style, secured with tortoiseshell combs rather than her usual workday pins. A touch of rose water behind her ears was her only concession to her profession, subtle enough to be proper but present enough to be noticed by someone standing close. By 7:15, she had been in the shop for nearly an hour, organizing supplies and reviewing orders with determined focus that failed to calm her racing thoughts. When a knock sounded at precisely 7:30, Pamela took a deep breath to steady herself before moving to unlock the door. Chad stood on the boardwalk, the early sun highlighting the clean lines of his freshly shaven jaw and the rich chestnut of his hair, now neatly groomed after yesterday's travel-worn appearance. He wore a charcoal gray suit that fit his broad shoulders perfectly, though without the formal stiffness of city attire. A single wildflower, a blue columbine, was tucked into his lapel, matching the color of Pamela's dress with such precision that she wondered if the coincidence was truly accidental. "Good morning," he greeted her, his smile warming his serious features. "I hope I haven't kept you from important work." "Not at all," Pamela replied, surprised by the steadiness of her own voice despite her racing pulse. "I was just reviewing the week's orders." "Would you care to walk with me?" "The morning is too beautiful to spend indoors, and I've found movement often facilitates conversation." The simple suggestion carried no pressure, leaving the choice entirely to her. It was this consistent respect for her autonomy, Pamela realized, that had gradually worn away her initial wariness of him. "I'd like that," she agreed, reaching for her light shawl. "Let me leave a note for Lily in case she arrives early." A few minutes later, they were strolling along Redstone Ridge's main street, the businesses still closed at this early hour. A few residents nodded greetings as they passed. The baker already at work, a stableman leading horses to water, a shopkeeper sweeping his boardwalk. Chad acknowledged each with the natural courtesy he showed to everyone, regardless of station, one of the first qualities Pamela had grudgingly admired about him. They walked in comfortable silence until they reached the edge of town, where a narrow path led toward the small river that provided Redstone Ridge with both water and its name. The morning sun cast everything in golden light. The distant mountains to the west, the pine forests on the surrounding hills, the meadow grasses swaying gently in the spring breeze. When they reached the riverbank, Chad stopped at a sun-warmed boulder that provided a natural seat overlooking the clear water bubbling over smooth stones. He gestured for Pamela to sit if she wished, then took his place beside her, leaving appropriate space between them. "I missed this view while at the ranch," he said after a moment, his gaze taking in the panorama before them. "Though the ranch has its own beauty, there's something about this particular valley that speaks of home to me now." The simple admission carried weight beyond its surface meaning. Chad Montgomery, with his extensive property holdings and successful businesses across the territory, considered Redstone Ridge her home. "As his own as well. Your letters described your ranch so vividly," Pamela replied. "I could almost see the meadows and mountains you wrote about." Chad turned slightly toward her, his expression growing more serious. "During these weeks away, I've had ample time to consider many things," he said. "Each day reinforced what I had already begun to know before I left, that my feelings for you have grown beyond business respect or even simple affection." His directness, always one of his most distinctive traits, left no room for misinterpretation. Pamela felt her heart beating faster, hovering between fear and a joy she had denied herself for so long. "Before you continue," she interrupted gently, needing to express her own realizations before hearing his declaration, "I need to tell you what I've come to understand during our separation." Chad immediately fell silent, his attentive gaze encouraging her to proceed. This willingness to listen, to truly hear her thoughts rather than merely waiting for his turn to speak, was yet another quality that set him apart from other men she had known. "I've spent most of my adult life afraid," Pamela began, the admission both difficult and freeing. "Not of ordinary dangers, but of repeating my mother's mistakes, of giving my heart to someone who might value practical advantages over genuine feeling, of losing myself in caring for a man, as she did." The words flowed more easily than she had expected, her thoughts clarified by weeks of reflection and the insights her friends had offered. "When I learned your first marriage had been arranged for family advantage, it awakened all those old fears," she continued. "I saw parallels to my father that terrified me, though I recognize now that the similarities were superficial at best." She paused, gathering courage for the most important part of what she needed to say. "My father concealed his true nature and priorities for 15 years. You have been consistently honest, even when the truth might reflect poorly on you. My father abandoned his responsibilities when they became inconvenient. You have demonstrated unwavering commitment to your obligations, both business and personal." Chad remained silent, his expression revealing nothing beyond attentive interest as she continued. "Most importantly," Pamela said, her voice softening, "my father viewed my mother as an accessory to his ambitions, useful until she wasn't. You have shown nothing but respect for my independence and abilities, supporting my goals rather than subsuming them into your own." She took a breath, then met his gaze directly. "I've been allowing fear of the past to control my present and limit my future. While caution has served me well in business, I'm beginning to recognize that in personal matters, it may be preventing joy rather than protecting me from pain." Chad's expression had softened as she spoke, understanding and something deeper warming his dark eyes. When she finished, he reached for her hands, the gesture tentative enough that she could have withdrawn had she wished. Instead, Pamela allowed her fingers to be enfolded in his warm grasp. "I married Elizabeth because our families arranged it," he said, his voice quiet but clear. "We developed genuine affection for each other over time, and I grieved sincerely when she died. But what I feel for you, Pamela, bears no resemblance to that arrangement of convenience and compatible interests." He paused, his thumbs tracing gentle circles on the backs of her hands, an unconscious gesture that sent warmth spreading up her arms. "I love you," he said simply, "not for business advantage or social position or any practical consideration. I love your determination, your intelligence, your fierce independence that so many men would find challenging, but I find admirable. I love the woman who built a successful business through her own talent and refused to accept limitations others would place upon her." The declaration hung in the morning air between them, profound in its simplicity. No elaborate poetry or excessive sentimentality, just the straightforward truth that characterized all their interactions. "I want to build a life with you, Pamela," Chad continued, his gaze steady on hers. "Not to diminish or control you, but to create something together that honors both who you are and who I am, a true partnership in every sense." The moment stretched between them, heavy with possibility. Pamela felt as if she stood at the edge of a great chasm, the leap required both terrifying and exhilarating. For so long she had defined herself by her independence, by needing no one, particularly no man. Yet here was someone offering not to reduce that independence, but to complement it, to create something stronger through connection rather than isolation. "I love you too," she said finally, the words emerging with surprising ease despite years of guarding her heart, "though it terrifies me to admit it." Chad's smile transformed his face, the usually serious lines softening with a joy that matched the lightning in her own chest. "Fear and love often coexist," he observed. "Anything truly valuable carries the risk of loss." "A risk I'm finally willing to take," Pamela replied, the decision crystallizing as she spoke the words, not blindly or in haste, but with open eyes and a clear understanding of both what I'm risking and what I might gain. The morning sun had risen higher as they talked, its golden light warming the air around them. From this spot by the river, Redstone Ridge was visible in the near distance, the town where she had built her independent life, now on the cusp of transformation through the choice she was making. "What happens now?" she asked, practical even in this moment of emotional significance. Chad's smile deepened, revealing the dimple that had once irritated her with its charm and now simply charmed her. "Now we begin writing the next chapter together," he replied, "at whatever pace feels right to you." His consideration for her comfort, even in the midst of mutual declarations, reinforced the rightness of her decision. This was a man who understood that true love enhanced rather than diminished the individuals involved, who valued her autonomy as an essential element of who she was rather than an obstacle to overcome. As they sat together by the riverbank, hands still joined between them, Pamela felt a sense of peace settle over her. The path ahead might not be without challenges, but for perhaps the first time since her father's betrayal, she felt ready to walk it alongside someone else. Not from weakness or dependency, but from the strength of a choice made with both heart and mind fully engaged. The crossroads had been reached, the choice made. What lay ahead remained to be discovered, together. Pamela felt the weight of the moment settle around her like a tangible thing. The morning sunlight dappled through the cottonwood leaves above them, casting shifting patterns across Chad's expectant face. Everything in her life, past disappointments and future possibilities, seemed balanced on the edge of this single decision. "I love you too," she said, her voice trembling slightly despite her determination to remain composed. "But I need you to understand that my independence, my business, they're not just what I do, they're who I am. I can't surrender those parts of myself, not even for love." Instead of disappointment at her conditions, Chad's face transformed with a radiant smile that reached his dark eyes, warming them to the color of burnished mahogany. "Pamela," he said, gently squeezing her hands still clasped in his, "it was your spirit and determination that captured my heart from the beginning. Why would I want to diminish the very qualities I most admire?" He released one of her hands to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, the simple gesture conveying a tenderness that made her heart ache with unexpected sweetness. "I'm not seeking ownership," Chad continued, his deep voice resonant with sincerity. "I want partnership, building something together that honors both who you are and who I am. Your business, your independence, these aren't obstacles to overcome, but essential elements of the woman I've grown to love." His words seemed to unlock something tightly bound within Pamela's chest. For so long, she had assumed that loving a man would necessarily mean sacrificing parts of herself. Just as her mother had gradually surrendered her own identity to Pamela's father's demands. The possibility that love might instead enhance who she was rather than diminish it felt revolutionary. "I've never met anyone like you," she admitted softly. "Someone who sees my strength as an asset rather than a challenge." Chad's smile deepened, revealing the dimple in his right cheek that she had once found irritatingly charming and now simply found endearing. "Perhaps that says more about the limitations of the men you've known than about me," Pamela laughed, the sound carrying away some of the tension that had held her rigid for so long. "Perhaps it does." They sat in companionable silence for a moment, the gentle rushing of the river providing a soothing backdrop to the momentous shift occurring between them. When Chad leaned forward slightly, his intent clear in his eyes, Pamela met him halfway. The kiss was both gentle and profound, not the heated exchange they had shared after the fair, nor the impulsive celebration after the Denver buyer's visit, but something deeper and more deliberate, a seal on an unspoken agreement, a promise of a future they would shape together. When they finally drew apart, Pamela was startled to find her cheeks damp with tears she hadn't realized she'd shed. Chad brushed them away with his thumb, his touch reverent. "Happy tears, I hope?" he murmured. "Yes," she assured him, surprising herself with the truth of it. "They're for the woman I was. So afraid of being hurt that she nearly missed this chance at happiness." Chad helped her to her feet, and they began walking back toward town, hands naturally entwined as if they had been doing so for years rather than minutes. The physical connection felt both novel and strangely familiar, like discovering a piece of herself that had always been missing. "We should discuss practical matters," Pamela said as they approached the outskirts of Redstone Ridge, her natural inclination toward planning asserting itself even in this emotional moment. "The business will need management while we're courting, especially if we're to visit your ranch." Chad's smile held affection for her pragmatic nature. "Lily has proven herself quite capable in your absence, and I suspect the business would benefit from your seeing the ranch operations firsthand, particularly the timber aspects that provide materials for your packaging." "You've thought about this?" Pamela observed, touched by his consideration of her business interests, even in the context of their personal relationship. "I've thought of little else these past weeks," Chad admitted. "The cattle drive provided ample time for contemplation between duties. I've been mapping out how our lives might mesh since the moment we parted." The simple honesty of his statement warmed Pamela more than elaborate declarations might have. This was a man who approached relationships with the same thoroughness he applied to business, not calculating advantages as she had once feared, but considering practical realities alongside emotional connection. "I'd like to see your ranch," she said, squeezing his hand lightly. "Though I confess the thought of leaving my shop for an extended period makes me anxious." "We'll start with a brief visit," Chad suggested. "Perhaps a week, once the Dunwood's order is complete and shipped. Enough time for you to see the operation without causing undue concern about your business here." By the time they reached her shop, the town had begun its daily activities in earnest. Several people noted their clasped hands with varying degrees of surprise and interest. Mrs. Peterson, sweeping her boardwalk across the street, made a poor attempt to disguise her avid curiosity behind industrious movements of her broom. At Pamela's door, Chad reluctantly released her hand. "I have matters to attend to at the bank this morning, but I'd like to take you to dinner this evening, if you're amenable." "I'd like that," Pamela replied, suddenly shy despite the significant conversation they had shared. Chad's smile held a promise of future moments together. "Until this evening, then." He tipped his hat and turned to go, his tall figure commanding attention as he strode down the boardwalk toward the bank. Pamela watched him until he disappeared from view, her heart full of contradictory emotions. joy at the step they had taken together, lingering trepidation about the changes it would bring, and beneath it all, a quiet certainty that she had made the right choice. Redstone Ridge's efficiency at spreading news had never been more evident than in the hours following Pamela's morning walk with Chad. By the time she unlocked her shop at 9 o'clock, word of their hand-in-hand return to town had clearly circulated among the early risers. Mrs. Thornton appeared precisely at 5 minutes past 9, ostensibly to purchase lavender water, but clearly intent on confirmation of the rumors. "Such a lovely morning for a walk," she observed with studied casualness as Pamela wrapped her purchase. "I understand you and Mr. Montgomery were enjoying the river view quite early today." "Yes, it was beautiful by the water," Pamela replied neutrally, though she couldn't entirely suppress the smile that tugged at her lips. Mrs. Thornton's eyes gleamed with the satisfaction of a successful fishing expedition. "He's a fine man, Mr. Montgomery. So respected in business circles and from an excellent Mississippi family, I understand." "His character certainly commands respect," Pamela agreed, steering the conversation away from social considerations that had never influenced her feelings for Chad. By noon, a steady stream of curious customers had found reasons to visit the perfumery, their reactions to the town's newest courtship varying from genuine pleasure to thinly veiled envy or speculation. Most offered sincere congratulations, having observed the growing connection between Pamela and Chad over the preceding months. "It's about time," declared Mrs. Baker from the bakery, purchasing cologne for her husband with a satisfied nod. "Any fool with eyes could see you two were meant for each other. The way he looks at you would melt butter." A few customers were less generous in their assessment. Mrs. Wilson, wife of the hardware store owner, examined a bottle of rose water with a pinched expression. "Quite a catch for a shopkeeper," she remarked with artificial sweetness. "Mr. Montgomery could have his pick of any family in Denver. How fortunate for you." "Yes, I consider myself fortunate indeed," Pamela replied evenly, refusing to rise to the bait. "Mr. Montgomery values substance over superficial considerations, a rare quality in any era." Miss Wilson departed with compressed lips and without making a purchase, leaving Pamela both amused and mildly irritated by the reminder that not everyone would view their relationship through a charitable lens. Mid-afternoon brought a welcome visit from Sarah, who arrived bearing a basket of freshly baked pastries and undisguised excitement. "Tell me everything," she demanded, placing the basket on the counter and fixing Pamela with an expectant gaze. "I've been dying of curiosity all day, but thought I'd give you a few hours before descending." "That was remarkably restrained of you," Pamela replied with a smile, leading her friend into the workroom where they could speak privately. Lily, who had arrived after lunch, gave them a knowing smile as she continued preparing sample vials for a display. Once settled with tea and pastries, Pamela recounted the morning's events, including Chad's declaration and her own admission of feelings long denied. "I knew it," Sarah exclaimed triumphantly. "The moment I saw you this morning, I could tell something fundamental had changed. You're practically glowing, my dear." "Am I?" Pamela asked, feeling heat rise to her cheeks. "I suppose I am rather happy, despite my lingering concerns. And what concerns remain, now that you've resolved the major question of whether to trust him with your heart?" Sarah inquired perceptively. Pamela considered the question carefully. "Practical matters, mostly. How to balance my business here with spending time at his ranch. Whether townspeople will view our relationship as somehow diminishing my standing as an independent businesswoman. If anything, your association with Chad Montgomery will enhance your business opportunities," Sarah pointed out practically. "And as for balance, you've never shied away from complex challenges. You'll find the way that works for both of you." Their conversation was interrupted by the shop bell's jangling. Pamela rose to see who had entered, then froze in momentary surprise. Davis Miller stood just inside the doorway, hat in hand. Unlike their confrontation at the fair, he appeared sober and properly groomed, his expression serious rather than belligerent. "Good afternoon, Miss Johnson," he said formally. "I hope I'm not intruding." Pamela composed herself quickly. "Not at all, Mr. Miller. How may I assist you today?" Davis shifted uncomfortably, clearly struggling to find the right words. "I'm not here to purchase anything. I wanted to offer my congratulations on your courtship with Mr. Montgomery. It's the talk of the town." "Thank you." Pamela replied cautiously, wondering at this unexpected civility from a man who had publicly insulted her just weeks earlier. I also owe you an apology, Davis continued, his gaze dropping briefly to the hat he twisted in his hands. My behavior at the fair was inexcusable. The things I said, they were born of bitterness and too much whiskey, not truth. The apology, clearly difficult for him to deliver, caught Pamela off guard. In all their time together, Davis had never once acknowledged fault or expressed genuine regret for his actions. I appreciate your saying so, she said carefully. Davis nodded once, as if completing an unpleasant but necessary task. I'll be leaving Redstone Ridge next week, heading to California. There's a mining prospect near Sacramento that shows genuine promise. I wish you well then, Pamela said, surprised to find she meant it. With emotional distance, she could now see Davis clearly, a man whose charm masked fundamental weakness of character, forever chasing the next opportunity without the discipline to build something lasting. Thank you. He settled his hat back on his head, clearly relieved the interaction was concluding. Goodbye, Miss Johnson. After he departed, Sarah emerged from the workroom where she had clearly been listening to every word. Well, she said, eyebrows raised in astonishment. That was unexpected. Remarkably so, Pamela agreed, still processing the strange encounter. Davis has never apologized for anything in his life, as far as I know. Sarah's expression turned speculative. I wonder if his sudden attack of conscience might be related to Harriet's progress on your legal case. I heard she filed additional documents with the court last week. You think he's apologizing because he fears legal consequences? Pamela considered the possibility, finding it more plausible than a genuine change of heart. Or perhaps Mr. Montgomery had another conversation with him that we don't know about? Sarah suggested with a meaningful look. Chad seems like a man who would protect those he cares about, though always within the bounds of propriety. The thought of Chad interceding on her behalf without mentioning it warmed Pamela unexpectedly. Unlike Davis, who would have boasted of such an action to gain credit, Chad would consider it simply the right thing to do, requiring no acknowledgement. Whatever the reason, I'm glad to close that chapter, Pamela said definitively. Davis belongs to my past. My future lies elsewhere. Sarah smiled, squeezing her friend's hand. Indeed it does. A future that looks remarkably bright from where I'm standing. The remainder of the afternoon passed in a blur of customers and preparations for the Dunwoods shipment. By 4 o'clock, Pamela made a decision that would have been unthinkable just months earlier. She turned the shop sign to close a full hour before her usual time. You can handle the remaining preparations for the Denver shipment tomorrow, she told a surprised but pleased Lily. I believe I'll take the evening to prepare for dinner. Of course, Miss Johnson, Lily replied, her smile knowing but supportive. Enjoy your evening with Mr. Montgomery. As Pamela climbed the stairs to her apartment, she felt a lightness in her step that had been absent for longer than she could remember. The decision she had made by the river that morning had set her on a new path, one that contained uncertainty and risk, certainly, but also the promise of a partnership built on mutual respect and genuine affection. Tonight's dinner would be different from all their previous meals together, no longer merely business associates or even friends exploring a potential connection. They would sit across from each other as a couple officially courting, with all the possibilities that entailed. The thought sent a shiver of both anticipation and nervousness through her as she began to prepare for the evening ahead. Yet beneath these surface emotions ran a current of quiet certainty that in Chad Montgomery she had found someone who saw her completely and valued what he saw, someone who offered partnership rather than dominance, support rather than control, someone who, against all odds and her own stubborn resistance, had shown her that independence and love need not be mutually exclusive, but could instead combine to create something stronger than either could be alone. Pamela adjusted her shawl against the cool evening breeze as she walked toward the Cattleman's Hotel. The setting sun cast long shadows down Redstone Ridge's main street, turning the familiar storefronts into silhouettes against the amber sky. She had taken special care with her appearance for this first official courting dinner with Chad, selecting a gown of deep burgundy silk that she had purchased in Denver last year, but rarely had occasion to wear. Miss Johnson. The voice from the shadows between buildings startled her. Davis Miller stepped onto the boardwalk, his expression drawn but sober. Mr. Miller? Pamela's hand tightened instinctively on her reticule. Though his manner lacked the belligerence she'd witnessed at the fair, wariness born of experience kept her alert. "I believe we've said our goodbyes." "Please," Davis said, his tone more pleading than demanding. "I need a word with you, a private word." He glanced meaningfully at the passing townspeople who had slowed their pace, clearly interested in this unexpected encounter. Against her better judgment, Pamela nodded. Briefly, then. She followed him to the recessed doorway of Mr. Peterson's barber shop, now closed for the evening. The location offered a modicum of privacy while remaining in full view of the street, a necessary precaution given their history. "I'm leaving for California," Davis began without preamble. "There's a mining operation near Sacramento that needs an experienced manager. I start next month." "I wish you well," Pamela replied formally, uncertain why he felt this information warranted a special conversation. Davis shifted his weight, his discomfort evident. "Before I go, I wanted to make amends." He reached into his coat and withdrew an envelope. "It's not everything I owe you, but it's a start. $2,000. Pamela stared at the envelope, momentarily speechless. After months of denying any obligation to repay her, after claiming the mine investment had been a gift rather than a business arrangement, Davis was suddenly offering restitution. "I don't understand," she said finally, making no move to take the envelope. "What prompted this change of heart?" Davis's laugh held no humor. "Let's just say I've gained a new perspective on the consequences of my actions." He glanced down the street, then back to her. "Your lawyer friend has been quite persistent in pursuing the case, and your Mr. Montgomery made it abundantly clear that my business prospects in this territory would be severely limited if I didn't address my outstanding obligations." Understanding dawned. "Chad spoke with you?" "2 days after he returned from his ranch," Davis confirmed, his expression a mixture of resentment and grudging respect. "Nothing overtly threatening, mind you. Your gentleman is too clever for that. But he made certain I understood that his influence with territorial banks and businesses would make my continued presence here financially untenable." Pamela wasn't sure whether to feel gratitude or annoyance at Chad's intervention. She had pursued legal remedies through Harriet, specifically to avoid appearing dependent on male protection. "I see," she said neutrally. "And the payment?" "I'd like to give it to Miss Cooper directly," Davis replied. "Have everything properly documented and legal. I value my fresh start in California too highly to leave unresolved obligations here." The practical arrangements made sense, but Pamela remained suspicious of this sudden conversion to financial responsibility. "Why tell me this in person? You could have simply made arrangements with Harriet." Davis hesitated, something almost vulnerable flickering across his face. "Because I owed you an explanation, not just money. And because—" He looked away, then back, his expression unexpectedly sincere. "Because, despite everything, you were good to me, Pamela. Better than I deserved." Before she could formulate a response to this unprecedented admission, a shadow fell across them. Chad stood a few paces away, his expression carefully controlled, though his eyes betrayed concern at finding her in conversation with Davis. "Good evening," he said, his tone neutral but carrying an undercurrent of steel. "I hope I'm not interrupting." Davis stepped back immediately. "Not at all, Mr. Montgomery. Miss Johnson and I were just concluding our business." He tucked the envelope back into his coat. "I'll bring this to Miss Cooper's office tomorrow morning as discussed." Chad nodded once, his gaze never leaving Davis. "I'm certain she'll appreciate your promptness." "Good evening, then," Davis said, tipping his hat awkwardly to Pamela. "And good luck in California." As Davis walked away down the darkening street, Pamela felt a curious sense of closure wash over her. The man who had nearly destroyed her business, who had wounded her pride and abused her trust, was leaving, and with him went the last lingering threads of her most painful mistake. "Are you all right?" Chad asked, moving closer now that Davis had departed. His expression had softened to genuine concern. "Yes," Pamela replied, surprised to find it was true. "More than all right, actually. It feels like closing a chapter that's been left unfinished for too long." Chad offered his arm, which she took gratefully. "Shall we continue to dinner? I've reserved the private dining room at the hotel." As they walked the short distance to the Cattleman's Hotel, Pamela considered the revelation that Chad had confronted Davis about repaying her. The knowledge stirred conflicting emotions. Appreciation for his concern alongside uneasiness about his intervention in her affairs. The hotel's private dining room was intimate without being improper. A small table set with fine china and crystal, lit by silver candelabra that cast a warm glow over the elegant furnishings. A vase of fresh wildflowers provided a touch of natural beauty amid the formality. Once they were seated and had ordered, Pamela decided directness was the best approach. Davis told me you spoke with him about repaying my investment. Chad's expression revealed nothing as he met her gaze. I did. May I ask why you didn't mention this conversation to me? He considered this for a moment, his response careful but honest. Because I didn't want you to feel I was attempting to solve your problems without your knowledge or consent. The decision to repay you was ultimately his, prompted by Miss Cooper's legal efforts. I merely clarified the potential consequences of continued resistance. Pamela found herself unexpectedly touched by his reasoning. Unlike Davis, who would have boasted of any action taken on her behalf, or her father, who had made decisions for his family without consultation, Chad had simply provided information and left the choice to Davis. Thank you, she said sincerely. Not for speaking with him necessarily, but for respecting me enough not to take over the situation. For understanding that I needed to resolve it myself, through proper legal channels. You're an independent woman, Pamela, Chad replied, his dark eyes warm in the candlelight. It's one of the qualities I most admire in you. I would never presume to fight your battles, only to ensure that others recognize the consequences of their actions towards someone I care deeply about. The waiter arrived with their first course, temporarily halting the conversation. When they were alone again, Chad smoothly shifted the discussion to more pleasant topics. I've made arrangements for our visit to the ranch next week, he said, his enthusiasm evident in the way his usual reserve softened. The weather should be perfect. Warm days, cool evenings, and the wildflowers in full bloom across the high meadows. Pamela smiled, caught up in his obvious love for his home. It sounds beautiful. How long have you owned the property? The original homestead belonged to my grandfather, Chad explained. Just 1,000 acres then, with a simple cabin near the creek. My father expanded to 5,000 acres, adding proper grazing land for cattle and the first sections of pine forest. His pride, as he described the ranch, was palpable. The sturdy 2-story house he'd built after the war, the barns and outbuildings constructed with timber from his own forests, the careful management of water resources that allowed both cattle and crops to thrive in the sometimes unpredictable mountain climate. I've added another 7,000 acres over the past decade, he continued. Mostly adjoining timber tracts, but also the North Valley that provides winter grazing when snow covers the higher pastures. As they progressed through the excellent meal, Chad painted such a vivid picture of the ranch that Pamela could almost see it. The main house situated on a gentle rise overlooking meadows and distant mountains, the broad porch where ranch hands gathered on Saturday evenings for music and conversation, the kitchen garden that provided fresh vegetables and herbs through the growing season. Mrs. Simmons, my housekeeper, maintains the finest kitchen garden in the county, Chad said with pride. She's won ribbons at the Territorial Fair 3 years running for her tomatoes. I think you'll like her. She's been with me since I purchased the property, a widow with practical sense and remarkable cooking skills. She sounds wonderful, Pamela replied, genuinely interested in the woman who had created a home for Chad and his workers. The house itself needs a woman's touch, he admitted. I've focused on function rather than beauty in my furnishing choices. The main rooms are comfortable enough, but there's a certain masculine severity to the decor that could benefit from softening. A hint of future expectations colored his words, subtle but unmistakable. Pamela felt a flicker of unease as she realized Chad clearly envisioned her permanent place at the ranch. Rearranging furniture, selecting curtains, planting flowers beside the doorway. And how far is the ranch from Redstone Ridge? She asked, trying to keep her tone casual. A full day's journey by carriage, Chad replied. Though I'd been considering purchasing property closer to town, perhaps a smaller house that would serve as a halfway point between the ranch and Redstone Ridge. The consideration was thoughtful, but it underscored the geographic challenge their relationship faced. Pamela's business, her independence, her achievement, was firmly rooted in Redstone Ridge. Chad's life, his primary enterprises and responsibilities, centered on a ranch that required his presence and attention. As they finished their dessert, a delicate apple tart with fresh cream, Pamela found herself quieter than usual, contemplating the practical realities of their future. For all their emotional connection and mutual respect, they had built separate lives in separate places. Any permanent union would require significant adjustment from at least one of them. The thought sent a chill through her warmth of the evening. Would Chad, for all his talk of respecting her independence, ultimately expect her to relocate to his ranch? To transform her business into a secondary concern behind the demands of a rancher's wife? Though she tried to conceal her sudden disquiet, Chad was too perceptive to miss the change in her demeanor. "Something's troubling you," he observed as they prepared to leave the dining room. "Has the evening displeased you in some way?" "Not at all," Pamela assured him quickly. "The dinner was lovely, and I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing your ranch. She hesitated, uncertain how to voice her concerns without seeming to reject the future he so clearly anticipated. "Tell me," Chad encouraged gently. "We've established honesty as the foundation of our relationship, have we not?" "Yes, we have." Pamela drew a deep breath. "I'm concerned about the practicalities of our future. My business is in Redstone Ridge. Your life is centered on the ranch. I don't see how those realities can be reconciled without significant sacrifice from one of us." Understanding dawned in Chad's eyes. "And you fear that sacrifice would be expected from you?" "History suggests it would be," Pamela acknowledged. "Women typically follow their husbands, adjusting their lives to accommodate his requirements." Chad nodded thoughtfully. "A reasonable concern given traditional expectations. Perhaps we should continue this discussion tomorrow, when we're both fresh and the hour isn't so late." Pamela agreed with relief, grateful for his willingness to address her concerns seriously rather than dismissing them with platitudes. He escorted her home through the quiet streets, their conversation turning to lighter topics, though the unresolved question of their geographic future lingered beneath the surface. At her door, Chad took her hand and raised it to his lips in the courtly gesture that had become familiar between them. "Until tomorrow, Pamela. Sleep well." Despite her lingering concerns, Pamela found herself smiling as she watched him walk away. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them with honest communication and mutual respect, a foundation far stronger than any she had known before. The shop bell jangled cheerfully the next morning as Chad entered, his tall figure silhouetted against the bright spring sunshine outside. Pamela looked up from the ledger where she had been recording the previous day's sales. "Good morning," she greeted him, pleased despite herself at his prompt appearance. "You're earlier than I expected." "I had matters to attend to at the bank that couldn't wait," Chad explained. "But I wanted to continue our conversation from last night as soon as possible." He glanced around the empty shop. "Is this a convenient time? I can return later if you're expecting customers." "Mornings are typically quiet," Pamela assured him. "Lily has gone to the post office with the Denver shipment, so we have privacy for the moment." Chad nodded, approaching the counter with the direct manner she had come to appreciate. "You expressed concern last night about the geographic separation between your business and my ranch, a legitimate issue that requires thoughtful consideration." Pamela was touched by his immediate acknowledgement of her concerns, rather than any attempt to downplay them. "Yes, I've built something here that matters to me, not just financially, but as the expression of my talents and independence. I can't simply abandon it." "Nor should you." Chad agreed readily. "Your business is exceptional, with growing potential beyond the regional market. It would be foolish to dismantle something so promising." His understanding eased some of Pamela's tension. "But your ranch requires your presence. You've spoken of the daily decisions, the management of workers and resources. It's not something you can oversee from a distance." "True," Chad's expression grew thoughtful, "which suggests we need a solution that acknowledges both realities rather than requiring either of us to abandon what we've built." Pamela found herself holding her breath, waiting for his proposed resolution. In her experience, men rarely considered genuine compromise when their own interests were at stake. What would you think of dividing our time between locations? At least initially, Chad suggested. Periods at the ranch alternating with residence in Redstone Ridge. Not ideal, perhaps, but workable until we determine a more permanent arrangement. The suggestion surprised Pamela with its practicality and lack of possessive demands. You would be willing to spend extended periods away from the ranch? I have a capable foreman who manages well during my current absences, Chad replied. With proper planning, those periods could be extended without detrimental effect on operations. He hesitated, then continued with careful precision. And perhaps over time we might consider establishing a small production facility at the ranch for certain aspects of your business. Pamela blinked in surprise. A production facility? At the ranch? The timber operation already provides wood for crates and display materials, Chad explained, warming to the topic. The natural environment offers botanicals that might be harvested for your formulations. With appropriate equipment and perhaps a trained assistant, you could develop new products there while maintaining your retail presence in Redstone Ridge. The idea was so unexpected, so genuinely considerate of her business interests, that Pamela found herself momentarily speechless. Instead of assuming she would abandon her enterprise to become solely his wife, Chad had envisioned a way to integrate her work into their shared future. You've given this considerable thought, she said finally. Of course. Chad's expression suggested this was only natural. Your business is central to who you are. Any future we build together must honor that reality, not diminish it. Something tight within Pamela's chest loosened at his words. For perhaps the first time, she truly believed that partnership with this man would enhance rather than restrict her independence, that together they might create something stronger and more fulfilling than either could build alone. That's a remarkably thoughtful solution, she acknowledged, meeting his gaze directly. One that respects both our priorities. It's merely a starting point, Chad cautioned. We'll need to refine the details as we move forward. But I believe with mutual commitment to each other's success, we can create a life that enriches both of us. Pamela moved from behind the counter to stand before him, close enough to see the flecks of amber in his dark eyes. Thank you, she said softly, for understanding what my independence means to me, for seeing it as something to respect rather than overcome. Chad's smile warmed his serious features. I fell in love with Pamela Johnson, businesswoman and perfumer extraordinaire. Why would I want to change the very qualities that captured my heart? Their discussion shifted then to practical planning for her upcoming visit to the ranch. What she should bring, who she would meet, the daily routines she might expect. But beneath the mundane details ran a current of deeper understanding and growing certainty. Whatever path they forged together would be one of mutual respect and conscious compromise, not the one-sided surrender Pamela had witnessed in her mother's marriage. For the first time, she allowed herself to envision a future that expanded rather than contracted her world, a partnership that would open new horizons while honoring the foundations she had built through her own determination. As Chad eventually took his leave, promising to finalize travel arrangements for their departure the following week, Pamela found herself standing in the center of her shop with a sense of quiet wonder. The fear that had shadowed her growing feelings for him, that loving Chad might mean sacrificing her hard-won independence, had finally begun to dissolve in the face of his consistent respect and thoughtful consideration. The road ahead would undoubtedly hold challenges, adjustments, and negotiations as they learned to blend two independent lives. But for the first time, Pamela truly believed they would walk that road as equals, each valuing the other's dreams and achievements as highly as their own.